Good evening. The October 21st Board of Education meeting is now in session. Please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. Thank you all for coming out tonight. And I just wanted to mention before we start rolling through the agenda that we definitely appreciate your participation in public comment, and we just want to make sure that everybody gets heard. So please exit the room after your comments so that others can come in, because we have some folks out in the hall that we have to be mindful of the fire code. So if you wish to see the rest of the meeting, there is a television in the lobby, and the meeting is being broadcast live stream, so you can see it out there. If you do have to leave, then please understand that others in the lobby will be allowed to take your seat. Okay? So the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes, item 2.03. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 2.04 is to establish the agenda order, and the agenda stands as published. Item 2.05 are recognitions, and we have the Wellness Schools of Distinction tonight. Right.
Good evening. I'm Jody Rissy, the Supervisor of Food and Nutrition Services, and I have the pleasure of introducing this evening's board recognition. Members of the board and Dr. Alato, I'm excited to talk about this evening's honoree. The students, staff, parents, and the partners of this particular school are a shining example of how wellness plays a key role in the success of our students and the larger school communities. To be honest, the principal of tonight's honoree has no idea that she is here for this celebration. So without further ado, I am honored to recognize Pasadena Elementary School as the only 2015 AACPS Wellness Schools of Distinction. In its 5th year, the Wellness Schools of Distinction Awards recognize schools that demonstrate a high priority for the health and the well-being of the students, staff, the school supporters, by producing positive comments and outcomes for the entire school community. In order to win this prestigious honor, Pasadena Elementary School made it clear that addressing the various components of the coordinated school health model is essential to the success of their students. The components, as outlined in the Center for Disease Control, include health education, physical activity, school health services, nutrition, mental wellness, school environment, staff health, and family and community involvement. From raising funds for health causes, earning green school status, hosting health and nutrition presentations, and conducting several physical activities that improve the students, staff, and parents, Pasadena has created a thriving culture of wellness. As Principal Jennifer Carino comes forward along with her students and staff representatives, please join me in congratulating the 2005 Wellness School of Distinction, Pasadena Elementary.
We're going to photobomb you. Is that okay? Yeah. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. Awesome. Just a little bit. We've got to fit everybody in between. This is a good spot for me. That is a good spot. Works perfect. Come over here. Thank you for being here. Stand over there. Stand over there. Stand over here by Miss Bond. I know. There you go. I'm going to get everybody's faces in. Okay. Okay, everybody smile. That's it. 2 more. And 1 more. Perfect. Thank you.
Item 2.06 is school and community highlights. Mrs. Ritchie.
I just wanted to say the other night, myself, Ms. Picard, I'm drawing a blank. Hummer. I'm thinking Hibbler. I'm thinking, no, that's not your name. Anyway, been a long week and it's only Wednesday, right? Isn't that what we keep saying? Anyway, we had an opportunity to go to Cat North, and I've had the opportunity to go to their open houses every year, and it's just phenomenal. We get dinner from the students, and they just do a great job. And so we were wandering through, and we were at the HVAC part, and Deb Albert came up and said, yeah, we were real lucky. Carrier came through with $50,000 worth of equipment. $50,000 worth of equipment. They put in for a grant to get the equipment because ours was so antiquated. And I was just absolutely blown away that they came through with this, and then that money was able to then upgrade some other areas within the CAT Center and stuff like that. But it's just, this is what's happening daily in our schools, and not of course at $50,000, but daily their businesses, partners, and community members are impacting our schools. The students at the CAT Center, they were engaging, they were enthusiastic, they had life plans already, they knew what they were going to be doing, and the internships that they were afforded and so forth. It was just an absolutely phenomenal evening to be able to go out to talk to these young people. When we talk about career and college ready, those folks right there, they knew what they were ready to move forward. And the one was talking about the internship, and then he was going to be able to get the business that he was going to be working for to pay for the college. The parents are, of course, very happy about that. And so, it was just a phenomenal evening, and I was really great opportunity to attend.
Mrs. Birch.
Well, as you know, many of you might know, this is the month of Magnet School Information Nights. And Mrs. Hummer and I had the opportunity to go to Lyndale Middle School the other evening with our 5th grade daughters, and had a delightful time being led around the school by staff and students. They did a fabulous job showcasing their STEM magnet program. It was phenomenal. I think both of us had daughters who were a little wary of doing a STEM program before that, and we left and my daughter said, we need to apply as soon as we get home. So I just want to thank the folks at Lyndale for such a wonderful night, and I'm sure all the other STEM or magnet information nights have been delightful as well. I haven't had a chance to go to any others. My Annapolis one was canceled because of, some conflict in the area. I'm hoping that one gets rescheduled soon, but they did a great job, and I know everyone's putting a lot of work into that. So,
Mrs. Hopper.
Yes, I went to Lyndale. I was at North County Magnet Night the other night, and the rest of my family is at the Glen Burnie Bema Magnet Night tonight. So we're checking them all out, and they've all been so impressive and great to see. I also went to Cat North, and I had heard for years about the baked goods at Cat North. And I'll tell you that the next day we had apple coffee cake for breakfast. We had a loaf of bread for lunch, and then we ate multiple cookies all day long. And my kids said, why didn't you buy more of this bread? So we're going back. It was fabulous. The kids there were so impressive. They know what they're doing. They have a plan, and they're going through, and I was so impressed with how many businesses are connected with Cat North and how to invest in that, and it's just a gem of our school system. I also went last week to Belvedere Elementary. They had a reading night reaching out to Hispanic families, and it was fabulous. It was great. It was working with families about reading with their children, and they had activities, and it was really a great night and a good turnout. I went for the second night. They said the first night they had 100 people there. We didn't have quite as many the second night, but it was still a great turnout, and that was just a great outreach effort. And so I congratulate the folks who are doing that kind of outreach and having out and getting out in that area. And then today we were able to go, Ms. Korbelak and Ms. Pickard and I were able to go to Odenton Elementary for the ribbon cutting on their new playground. And it's beautiful. And it was a real great example of the school working along with businesses in the community to bring that about, and with some help too from our county council and the Board of Ed in the budget as well. But it was mainly the efforts of that community. One little girl, a second grader there, raised $1,000 for the playground by making and selling pot holders. I mean, she's going to be something, because she's already quite the philanthropist entrepreneur already in second grade. So she's going to get her name on the plaque as one of the major donors for the playground. So that was fabulous, but it was beautiful. So I thoroughly enjoyed getting out there to all those places the last couple of weeks.
Dr. Frank.
Thank you all very much. I'm glad to see all of you here tonight. I just wanted to let you know, as an engineer, I finally had an opportunity to go to Cat North. I learned at my father's knee how to do plumbing, electrical, carpentry, but fortunately we've got an unbelievable school system here, and there are a number of I guess I could say children or young adults that have the opportunity to be certified, and ultimately they're going to come to your house and they're going to be certified, and you want to find out if they've gone to Cat North, because we've got some unbelievable facilities and instructors. So you should be glad you live in this county. Hire one of those kids someday.
Mrs. Pickard.
Back on October 8th, I had the pleasure of attending the Maryland Center for Character Education up at Stevenson to see Oakwood Elementary receive the National School of Character Award as well as the State School of Character Award, and Oakwood has worked really hard. They are one of 40 schools this year to be awarded the National School of Character. We also had a very good showing from our other county schools: Annapolis Elementary, Mary Moss Academy, Nantucket Elementary, Odenton Elementary, and Severna Park Middle, that received recognition as Schools of the Year, linking smart and good. And it was really, really, really a great event. We got to hear Dr. Kyle from MSDE, who's working alongside Interim Superintendent Jack Smith, and she had some really, really great things to say about our state moving forward, not just with college readiness and career readiness, but with civic readiness. And I applaud her and would like to see that trickle down in our state. Thanks.
The only thing I wanted to add is on Tuesday morning, Annapolis High School said goodbye to about 20 German students who had been here for 3 weeks, living with families, including my own, and being a part of the school community and seeing the sites in the Baltimore, Washington area. And we were able to have the whole crowd over Sunday night, 52 people in my house for an early Thanksgiving dinner to send them off. I missed Cat North's pies. I really could have used a few of those in the room, but it's just been a great opportunity for our students to experience another culture, and they had gone out earlier in the summer as an exchange to Germany, and now we had a chance to have the Germans back. So I wanted to thank Mr. Parr and Ms. Lorenz at Annapolis High School for coordinating such an awesome adventure for the students at Annapolis. Item 2.07 is the CRASC report.
Good evening, Mrs. Korbelak, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. My name is Michael Moore. I am a junior at Severna Park High School, and I am the second vice president of the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils. Since there is such a considerable audience tonight, I'd like to clarify that CRASC is the official student leadership organization of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, and we are effectively the county student union. It is my job to lead discussions about education and to be the liaison between the students and the board. Krask has some cool activities going on, but I have a standing report on the agenda, so I'll save that all till next time. Instead, tonight, while I have the podium, I just want to say thanks. A lot of people are going to speak tonight, and there's going to be a lot of emotion. So as the official student voice, I want to get things off on a positive note. Everyone is here tonight because they are passionate about education. Whether you are a teacher, student, parent, or board member, you've come out tonight because you care deeply about schools, kids, community, and my learning experience. I want to remind everyone as we move forward to the proceedings that we all want the same thing. I want to thank everyone for caring so much about an important issue. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the students of Anne Arundel County.
Thank you. Item 2.08 is the PTA report.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Vice President Nally, members of the board, and Dr. Olato. I am Pam Bukowski, President of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs. In the time since our last report, AAC PTA has convened its first general membership meeting for the 2015-16 school year, sponsored 2 on-site PTA officer trainings and 1 countywide leadership training opportunity, completed a workshop for 990s and Maryland Charitables, and proceeded over 1 more audit financial review session. We have been represented on the calendar committee and at the Board of Ed workshop on school start and dismissal times. Our input, as well as other parent stakeholder groups, have been sought to comment on board policies. Chief Communication Officer Bob Mosier joined us at our October board meeting and spoke about communication to our families and communities. Next month at our November 9th board meeting, Lieutenant Doyle Batten will be our guest for a presentation about school security. Finally, on Saturday, November 14th, we will be either attending workshops and or volunteering our services at the annual Family Involvement Conference sponsored by the AACPS Office of School and Family Partnerships. In fulfilling its mission, PTA stands ready and willing to support our teachers and schools, engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. To see the impact of our presence as a collaborative partnership with teachers, families, and students in almost 90 of our county schools, I call your attention to several press releases sent out by Bob Mosier over the last 30 days. North County was named this week as German Center of Excellence by the American Association of Teachers of German. This is the first school in Maryland for this distinction and one of just 9 in the nation to earn it. Teacher Katrina Griffin was named 2015 Maryland Foreign Language Teacher of the Year. Teacher Cora Hofstetter earned one of 3 German Embassy Teacher of Excellence awards. We read... We read that the following teachers were among AACPS teachers honored by the Maryland Association of Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance. North County High School dance teacher Chase Haglin named Dance Teacher of the Year. Marina Thompson, Southern Middle, and Jenny Mossberg, Arundel Middle dance teachers and recipients of the Simon McNeely Award for Excellence and Contributions to their field, and Alyssa Mango, Marley Middle, and Jamie Millette, Point Pleasant Elementary School, PE teachers and also recipients of the Simon McNeely Award. We read that Shipley's Choice Elementary School was awarded the 2015 Chesapeake Cup for its participation in the Anne Arundel County Public Library Summer Reading Program. We know that Lake Shore and Severna Park Elementary Schools have been awarded National Blue Ribbon School Distinction. Last but not least, we read that Jenny Merrill, a 5th grade teacher at Severna Park Elementary School and Anne Arundel County's Teacher of the Year, earned the honor of being named one of the 7 finalists for the 2015-16 Maryland Teacher of the Year by the Maryland State Department of Education. This list is by no means conclusive, and PTA congratulates all schools, faculty, students, and staff who have received honors. In fulfilling our mission, PTA joins the AACPS community to engage, empower, educate. As always, PTA thanks you for these many opportunities to speak for every child, one voice.
Our next item is item 2.09, a review item a presentation on closing the gaps, achievement, discipline, and opportunity.
It's not meant to measure effort. It's meant to measure test scores. Data is frustrating. Data is what matters. It's not meant to measure effort. Data is frustrating. Data is what matters. It's not meant to measure effort. It's meant to measure test scores. Data is frustrating. Data is
I understand.
I can't stand up.
I can't reach.
I can't win.
I can't fly.
I can't find it.
I can't make it. I can't understand. I can't graduate. I can't swim.
I can't survive.
I can't see. I can't feel love.
But maybe with a little encouragement.
Structure.
Guidance.
Faith.
Hope.
Understanding. Help. Confidence. Assurance.
Bravery.
Friendship. Outreach. We can make it.
I can't stand up. Yet.
I can't reach.
Yet. I can't win.
Yet. I can't fly.
Yet. I can't find it.
Yet. I can't take it.
Yet.
I can't understand.
Yet.
I can't graduate.
Yet.
I can't swim.
Yet.
I can't survive.
Yet.
I can't see.
Yet. I can't feel love.
Yet.
If you look past the data, I actually enjoy learning and growing and becoming a better person, not a better grade.
If you see through the numbers, you'll see I prefer quality over quantity of information.
If you don't look at the data, you see I work too hard to not be recognized.
Beyond the data, you'll see that I've spent way too many hours studying for that test.
Without the data representing me, you'll see that I have to change the world or be changed by the world.
If you stop focusing solely on the data, you'd see that I deserve to be noticed.
Behind the data, you can see that there's more to me than my grades.
When the data is removed, I actually enjoy learning.
When you get rid of the data, you'll see that I actually know what I'm doing.
Beyond the data, I have my own needs to learn, and they are not the same as the person sitting next to me.
If you just look past the data, you'll see that I worry about what you think. If you look past the data, you'll see I know the answers. I'm just afraid of being wrong.
You just don't know it.
Yet.
Aren't our PVA kids really awesome?
How are y'all going to follow that up?
I'm glad I'm last.
So good evening. I am Anthony Olson, the Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I first want to thank the students from our Performing and Visual Arts program for putting into focus for us the very reason we are here. Let's give them another round of applause. I think it's very important that we note just the amazing talent that we have within our school system. So these students choreographed this performance on their own based on a very brief conversation that we had with them with emphasis on the word yet. So I thank them very much for all of their hard work. Before I proceed, I would like to ask that the colleagues sitting here beside me to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction.
Mary Talar, Assistant Superintendent, Advanced Studies and Programs.
Kathy Lane, Executive Director of Alternative Education.
President Korbelak, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto. We met here with you last in July. We talked about our ongoing efforts to attack achievement, discipline, and opportunity gaps. In particular, our focus on changing our collective mindset. That focus, I believe, was voiced loud and clear by our students that you just saw and heard through one simple yet incredibly powerful word, yet. Across our system, we are challenging the notion of impossibility by changing mindsets. It's not that a student is failing at something, it's that he or she can't do it yet. It's not that a student hasn't completed a given task or assignment, it's just not done yet. As we present to you key data related to our work in closing gaps across our system, It is crucial that we are honest, that we say clearly that we're not where we want to be yet. We have not closed every gap yet. We're making the progress and moving every single one of our students forward. We are making that progress in a school system that has grown by more than 6,000 students in the past 10 years. It has more diversity among students than ever before. The number of Hispanic students has more than tripled in that time, as has the number of our English language learners. The number of pre-kindergarten students we educate has nearly doubled, and the number of students receiving free and reduced price meals is up 75%. And we ended last year with more than 1,300 homeless students. Our attention to and support to schools with significant gaps among student groups in either academic achievement or discipline has many facets, and you'll hear about many of those tonight. However, I want you to know clearly that it reaches every single corner of our school system. From the obvious, direct support of identified schools through regular meetings of our Executive Oversight Committee, to the variety of work in classrooms and schools around our county, we are doing everything we possibly can to unlock the potential of every single one of our students. Doing so, we must also unlock the potential of our employees, and our Division of Human Resources is playing a key role in that. This year, through our Teacher Diversity Recruitment Weekend, we were able to hire 25 of the 28 applicants, and we're supporting those new educators through mentoring and establishing cohorts of support. We're also offering ongoing additional professional development opportunities, as well as time to unpack and understand the curriculum. We must try the untraditional, and in that light, we've established a network of college fraternity brothers and sorority sisters to welcome our new hires in a familiar playing field through bonds that link through generations and span hundreds and thousands of miles. We are unwavering in our belief that in everything we must do, we must set our goals high and support our students and employees so that we can get there. In the words of Michelangelo, the greater danger for most of us lies not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but setting it too low and achieving our mark. I chose those words from one of our history's greatest artists intentionally, because we started this presentation with our own brilliant artists, our students. Every one of our students is an artist, and it's up to all of us to help them create the masterpieces of their lives. In those students, all of them, I want you to keep in mind that they represent this data. It is important that you understand that the changes in state testing mean that we no longer have the data that you have traditionally seen. The MSA is a thing of the past in both reading and mathematics, for example, and the data from its successor, PARC, is not yet available. We are, however, presenting to you data that is related to our strategic plan and that we believe provides a crucial measure of student success. Data is inherently number heavy, and the numbers that you will see are important. They are, however, far more than plots on a graph or bars on a chart. As you look at this data, I ask that you not lose sight of our children. Every number you see, every data point we report represents children, our children, precious children who are growing and nurturing. And so with that, I turn it over to the other members of our team.
The kindergarten readiness assessment was administered for the first time last fall. As shown by the blue bar, As shown by the blue bar, the data indicates that less than half of our students are ready for kindergarten when they arrive at our schools. The gaps are present before children even get to us. The good news is that by the end of the year, as reflected in the red bars, we are able to see tremendous growth. Utilizing the reading diagnostic tool Fontes and Pinnell, we see that 66% of our students are meeting expected grade level reading proficiency by the end of their kindergarten year. While we have not yet eliminated the gap, we have narrowed it significantly and seen consistent growth among all student groups from the beginning to the end of the year. In first grade, again using Fontes and Pinnell, we have not seen the same growth. We are anticipating the new kindergarten grade 1 curriculum with its dedicated focus on guided reading will help significantly move our literacy scores. We are very optimistic when we look at our baseline scores in second grade. We are seeing sizable gains across the board as we pursue our goals that all students leave second grade reading on grade level. I want to highlight our Hispanic, English language learners, and special education students, all of whom are showing above average growth. In the absence of MSA and PARCC data, we have closely examined the grades of our middle school students. While we realize that a grade of a D is passing, we encourage and support our students to aim higher and don't in any way want to send a message that a D will lead to future success. So the data we are showing you tonight is that of middle school students who earn a C or higher. As we look at the percentage of middle school students with language arts grades of C or higher over the last several years, you can see that the vast majority are doing well on their report cards. While the gaps are not being eliminated as quickly as we would like, 80% of all middle school students in 7 out of 10 student groups are earning a C or better in language arts. In math, we are seeing a lower level of performance, and the data show student groups are continuing to struggle with content knowledge. There have been significant changes in the middle school math curriculum at all grade levels in response to our transition to the Common Core math standards. There is intense and intentional focus this year on improving math instruction, curriculum, and student performance. We are also seeing growth in middle school reading. The fall reading scores provide classroom teachers a snapshot of information to inform planning for each student's instructional needs. As a result of diagnostic planning on the part of classroom teachers, spring reading scores, as represented by the dark blue bars, show consistent growth over the last 5 years across all student groups. An important facet of elevating all students and eliminating all gaps is increasing rigor. World and classical language is a requirement for high school students and is a credit-bearing course earned in middle school. We are pleased we have narrowed the gap for 8 out of 10 students in this area, and with the fact that at least 80% of students in those groups are taking one or more high school level world and classical language course in middle school.
One of the areas in which we have seen great success is in our AVID program. Designed to support those who are in the academic middle, AVID prepares students, including those in groups traditionally underrepresented in colleges and universities, for more rigorous college preparatory coursework that will open the doors of college access and enrollment. The percentage of students in these groups enrolled in our AVID program have traditionally exceeded that in our overall student population, especially when it comes to African American, Hispanic, and farm students. Last year, over 90% of our high school students in AVID took an honors level course. 82% of the AVID seniors were accepted to at least one 4-year college, and AVID students as a whole earn more than $23 million in college scholarship offers. In addition to our Centers of Applied Technology, we offer 7 magnet middle and high school programs in 16 schools. They provide rigorous student-centered environments that give students a chance to learn with others who are passionate about the same topics. These programs have helped our school system close the access or opportunity gap. I am proud to share that the ethnicity representation in our magnet programs closely mirrors that for our school system. As with Avid, these students are also meeting with success. Last year, seniors in magnet programs earned more than $29.5 million in scholarship offers. As we talk about preparing students for college, we also look at the ACT and SAT. We have placed an intentional focus on ACT and SAT participation and have seen participation growth across student groups over the last 5 years. However, we realize that we still must do more. I assure you those efforts are continuing, and they include targeted engagement with College Board, the organization which developed and leads the administration of the SAT. There also continues to be a significant focus on student enrollment in advanced placement, IB, and honors courses. Our dedication to the promotion of rigorous coursework is evident in our most recent enrollment numbers. For the first time in 5 years, we saw enrollment gains in every student group. In fact, last year saw 94% of our high school students enrolled in at least one AP, IB, or honors course, as well as a closing of enrollment gaps across student groups. We also continue to encourage and support students to take AP and IB exams, including offering financial assistance options. Although we have seen growth in participation, we have inconsistency in students taking exams, and there remains some variability among the student groups. With regard to rigor, our biggest challenge for all student groups is increasing AP and IB exam scores. Although we have seen positive movement, we have not met our targets for students scoring 3 or higher on the AP exam or 4 or higher on the IB exam consistently across all student groups. With that said, we are testing more students, and our scores overall have remained constant. A particular highlight to note is the success of our English language learners, where the percentage of those meeting the standard moved from 41.7% to 52.4% last year. We are targeting our actions to help foster more success. Those efforts include offering students the opportunity to take mock exams, utilize online tutorials, and attend Saturday practice sessions. We are also helping teachers create a culture of academics and understand the AP-IB scoring practices with instructional strategies that focus on improving student performance. This includes professional development from College Board and the IB Regional Office.
Disproportionality is one of the most significant issues in education today. The results of decades of research consistently show that students of color, particularly African American students, and especially those who are economically disadvantaged or those with disabilities, are at significantly increased risk for experiencing exclusionary discipline practices, including office referrals and suspensions. Given the well-documented negative effects of exclusionary discipline on a range of student outcomes, including but not limited to graduation rates, our school system has intentionally addressed the issue by identifying where discipline gaps exist, taking steps to reduce them, and monitoring the effects of those interventions on disproportionality. We are pleased to share that over the past 5 years, we have reduced the number of students receiving 2 or more referrals by 9 percentage points, by nearly 9 percentage points. The drops are even greater among students receiving free and reduced price meals, those who experienced almost a 15 percentage point decrease. African American students, a 12.5 point drop, and special education students, a more than 9% decline. In that same time, we have seen a 3.6 percentage point decrease in the number of students receiving 6 or more referrals, with an almost 7 point decrease among farm students, nearly 6% drop for special ed students, and just less than 6% reduction for African American students. Furthermore, we have reduced the number of students receiving 1 or more suspensions by 6.9%, with more dramatic reductions for farm students, almost 11 points, African American students, nearly 10 points, and special education students by 9.5 points. This is very exciting and encouraging data, as we are successfully reducing the discipline gaps which has historically deterred us from achieving our overall objective of positive outcomes for students. As referrals and suspensions have decreased, we have seen graduation rates rise for all students by 5 percentage points. Again, there is even better news for our individual student groups. The graduation rate has risen by 14 points for special education students, nearly 6 points for African American students, and more than 6 points for farm students. While we have seen an almost 8-point increase for Hispanic students, the graduation rates for English language learners has fallen by just over 5 points. Over the past 10 years, our system has implemented PBIS with a focus on improving student behavior. We have shifted policy, procedures, and practices regarding student discipline from a reactive, exclusionary, and punitive approach to address student behaviors to a proactive, inclusive, and positive approach. Schools have done this by teaching students pro-social skills and building positive school climates, while developing an array of supports and interventions for students. Specifically, over the past 5 years, our schools have incorporated a multi-tiered system of support so that students experiencing barriers to learning can access supports such as behavior support teams made up of Alternative One teachers, decision-making room staff, and student advocates who implement evidence-based programs such as Check-In, Check-Out, Check-In Connect, and expanded school-based mental health services, as well as promising practices such as restorative practices and community conferencing. Schools have maximized the use of evening high school, summer school, and twilight school. They've also developed individualized approaches to address the challenge of dropout rates by implementing programs such as GAP programs at Glen Burnie High School, the Mead Stable at Mead High School, and special education transition support facilitators in our high schools. As schools incorporate more strategies to reduce barriers to student learning, it is increasingly less likely that students will be excluded from the learning environment. Our laser-like focus on supportive instructional approaches to discipline and the integration with engaging instructional practices have successfully kept students in classrooms. In fact, PBIS schools gained back 116 days of instruction and 150 days of administrative time by reducing the number of students being referred to our office or suspended from school. As our discipline and graduation data demonstrates, Anne Arundel County Public School students in all student groups are increasingly in class with access to amazing opportunities for engaging and rigorous instruction. While we have not eliminated all gaps in discipline or graduation rates yet, our progress is promising and this elusive goal is within reach.
Thank you all for your contributions to the presentation this evening. President Korbelak, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto, I tell you without hesitation that this team and all that they represent has not rested and will not rest until all gaps are eliminated. We are proud of our successes and aware of our challenges. Our work, however, is not defined by a single set of data. Rather, it is a journey that we are traveling with approximately 80,000 children. And we are not afraid to say that we're not where we want to be yet. As we continue on this journey, we must ask ourselves, what will it take to get us where we want to go? What if we had a newcomer center to address the needs of our English language learners, many of whom come to us with interrupted educations and may not be literate in their own language? We don't have one yet. What if every 4-year-old in our county had access to a pre-kindergarten seat in one of our schools? They don't. Not yet. What if the demographics of our workforce mirrored our students? Despite Herculean efforts, they don't. Not yet. What if we could expand our highly successful AVID program, as you saw from that data, to include more school-wide programs and further expand our reach into more of our elementary schools? We haven't been able to. Not yet. What if we could allocate more funding to professional development to further support our educators so they can be in a better position to support and enhance achievement for all of our learners? That hasn't been the case yet. But more importantly, what if every single student who walks through our doors believes that nothing is impossible and that their potential is truly unlimited? That's the growth mindset that will get us to where we want to go. We're not there yet, but I have no doubt that we will be. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mrs. Ritchie.
Thank you all very much. And I think when I looked at the data, we also have to remember that we had a change in the Common Core coming in, so that was all a thing. I don't think we lost a lot. We may not have made major gains, but we also have to look at the whole big picture of what was going on, and so to be able to maintain in the challenge of that, I think says something, because that was there was a lot of stuff happening with Common Core and so forth. So I think that being able to maintain without losing, while it's not great, is better than losing and then having to gain back what we lost. So, and a lot of what you talked about in your closing remarks, Mr. Alston, had to do with initiatives, seats for kids in pre-K, things like that, all things that take money. Absolutely. So we as a school system can only do so much. There's only so many hours in a day. There's only so many seats that are available in our schools. There's only so many teachers that are available to teach. So we have to also rely on the community as a whole. And we have to rely on the community as a whole to step up and say that education is important. And it's important in our county. We'll hear stuff about how we take 50% of the budget. Well, the fact is, we're educating the future of our county. If we want people to come here and work, and we want people to come here and live, then we have to be able to provide the education and the opportunities for students that we are trying to provide. But every time we only get maintenance of effort, and we don't get any more, but we keep adding more students in, we're going to continue to not be able to close the achievement gap, because this becomes a societal issue as well as an educational issue. I know that each and every person in this room, all the people in our schools, are working as fast as they can and as hard as they can. I have no doubt in that, and all the times we go through the schools and we visit. I don't doubt that at all. Would we be able to give all the things that we'd like to be able to give? Absolutely. But the fact of the matter is that until society in Anne Arundel County decides that education is a priority and an investment in the future of our county, we will never close the gap.
Mrs. Summer.
I have a question for the data. It may be something that you can get me later. The kindergarten readiness test, we had the large percentage who are not ready when they come into kindergarten. Do we have a breakdown for how many of our children who went through our pre-K are ready when they come to kindergarten? Can we?
Yes, we can provide you with that.
Okay, so that we can see the difference that pre-K is making. What percentage of our children that are coming in not ready did not have the benefit of pre-K, so that we can see, I think we'll see a big difference for the ones who were given the quality than the ones who weren't able to. I was thrilled to see that the STEM enrollment so closely mirrors. I mean, it's almost exact. It's amazing how it mirrors the breakdown of our county, and that's great to see that everyone is getting access of that. And one other just kind of procedural question. When you give Fontes and Pinnell in the spring, when do they give that? Is it like in June or is it April?
It's usually a 4-week window that starts in May.
Starts in May. So it's at the very end of the year. So we're really getting a good picture from the beginning of the year to the end of the year.
Correct.
As to where they are. Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Frank?
Thank you very much for your presentation. As you know, there are many assets that need to be taken into account to have children do well in school, and we certainly have a good superintendent, hopefully a good school board, good staff, but ultimately I think it goes back to mom and dad. Have you looked at any data to find out of the kids that are not doing well in school, how many of them have both a mom and a dad at home?
No, we haven't. Our data doesn't always indicate that because it's based on the information that's completed on their emergency cards. So we have to a degree, but it's not always consistent information based on that data.
Is it possible that you could gain that information without getting into privacy of people's lives? Because I have, I've looked at some data that nationwide, that's the primary reason kids don't do well in school, and I'm not sure what we can do about that except get the word out that for kids to do well in school, you need to have a mom and a dad at home. And I think that's where it all starts.
So if I could just jump in, Dr. Frank, I appreciate your comments. That's not data that we collect now. I don't see us anytime in the near future going after that data. One is because we'll have to rely on the families to give us that data. But what we focus on, and what the teachers around this room focus on throughout the county, is what we can do on a day-to-day basis with the students in the classroom. And so, while I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with you, the importance that education starts at home, no question about it. We really have to continue to look at the data and what we can influence on a day-to-day basis during the 5 days each week that we have the children.
Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Ms. Korbelak. I appreciate all the efforts that you all put into this, but I'm a bit concerned that I'm a bit concerned that I can't put the picture together as far as where we were and where we are now, and the changes from the reporting we did before and the reporting we are doing now. And so that makes it difficult for me to go back to the concerned community and really express to them that the efforts we've made over the last year or so and the changes we've made have really paid off.
So the challenge that we had was that we don't have complete MSA data. So in the past, you've been accustomed to seeing our MSA scores and doing the comparison of student groups from over the series of years and combining that with HSA data. So with the switch over, as we have with the state has done to Park, we no longer have MSA data. So we didn't administer MSA last year with the exception of MSA Science and our students in 5th and 8th grade. So we don't have that reading and math MSA scores that traditionally accustomed to seeing to draw that comparison over that linear period of time, which is why we had to look at different data points because the other data were in a quandary as with all the other counties within the state of not having that data.
So I truly have no measurable against what we've done in the past?
Not in regards to state testing, not at this point. And we won't have that until we start getting our Park scores.
Now, how do we avoid that in the future? How do we establish a baseline that doesn't deviate for future years if there is some change in a Park assessment or an MSA or whatever else comes down the pike?
As long as we're using state data, we're depending upon the state and the nation in regards to the data that we have and when it's available to us. So as a system, we thought, as with other systems in our jurisdictions, that MSA was the assessment that we were using for quite some time. And so we have that MSA data. With the national transition to Park and the pilot and how we administered and rolled out Park, we don't have that. So we will continue to collect Park data as it comes. But if the state determines that Park is no longer the assessment that we're going to use, and we transition to another assessment, we're in that same predicament.
Yeah, I know. At some point, I'd like to delve a little deeper into this information.
Absolutely.
Because right now, I don't feel comfortable explaining to the concerned population in our community that we're really getting to where we want to be as far as eliminating the opportunity/achievement gap. Also on the front of discipline, the changes that we've seen in discipline, are we sure that may not be changes just because we've redefined what is considered a suspensible defense?
As I mentioned, Mr. Webb, we've taken a two-pronged approach, and one is the prevention is teaching students by way of the consistent expectations that these teachers put into their classrooms and their schools, their hallways, and their cafeterias, letting students know what the expectations are in preventing any negative student behaviors. On the back end, when students maybe make a bad choice, which adolescents are prone to do, we have developed the supports in the schools that didn't exist in the past. I mentioned our Alternative One teachers, our decision-making rooms, our student advocates, who have been organized into a framework of behavioral support, who then can respond to the student without a referral or suspension having to occur, where you're holding that student accountable for the behavior that they've exhibited, but more in an instructive way, where we're teaching the student how to behave more appropriately in the future. And we could see that this is working effectively in our recidivism rates. That's the 6 or more referrals. because students are learning to change their behaviors by these interventions, and that's why we're not seeing them continually exhibit the same behaviors.
Is insubordination still a referable offense?
Yes, sir. According to our student code of conduct, insubordination is a referable offense.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a question, also probably something you can get us later. On the pie chart where you have the overall magnet student population reflecting the AACPS student population, we're just curious about the STEM group, like the male-female breakdown, and the same data that was in the pie chart specifically for STEM. Just wondering if we're getting some of these lovely young women to go into STEM.
We are seeing great diversity as well as in gender, but I can get you more data if you'd like to have it broken down on each of the magnets.
Thank you. I don't have any more board comments, but I have 2 public comments. Mr. Webb.
Thank you. Just one more question. Are we still using that 4-section form for referrals?
Yes, sir.
And are we doing an audit on those forms?
We have not, to my knowledge, done an audit last year. There were several years ago, there was an audit done on discipline referrals.
Okay, so I wouldn't have any way of knowing whether or not all referrals submitted by teachers have been passed down the chain of command at this point?
Ms. Korbelak, I can't hear.
We could look into that for you, Mr. Webb.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Also, just another data point to get. Can I, a later time, get the breakdown for our farm population, what the ethnic breakdown is for our farm population? Just to see that. And also for our special ed population, what the ethnic breakdown is for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have Janet Norman and Lisa Miller to comment on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak, and the board. I'm here to ask for your tangible action. I'm Janet Norman from Annapolis Cluster Schools, Annapolis High and Annapolis Middle, and Hillsmere, and many other schools I support. I'm here to ask for your tangible action to close the achievement gap. As an active parent in the Annapolis cluster, I see every day and every year the huge challenges our teachers deal with to help our low-income and non-native speaker students succeed. Annapolis has 32% of your entire county's Title I high-poverty elementary schools. I was sick to my stomach to hear that the stipend for teachers working in challenge schools of high poverty was eliminated. Our dynamic, highly qualified, engaging teachers at Annapolis High, Annapolis Middle, Bates Middle, Georgetown East, Germantown, Eastport Elementary, Mills Parole deserve better than a pay cut.
Ms. Norman, this is for commenting on their presentation. We were told that you wanted to comment on their
I
presentation.
wanted to comment on the achievement gaps, and I'm going to be addressing things that they've talked about.
Okay, because the pay is a different item.
But it relates to the achievement gap. Yeah. Okay. So these teachers work way beyond the bell for our achievement gap students striving for academic proficiency and success. We've made incredible progress under Principal Chittum towards a more focused student body, less discipline issues. She can make this progress with top-notch teachers that connect to our teens. And to see those teachers on the verge of leaving our school is so unnecessary. My son will tell you how great Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Cephas, Mr. Gandhi, Mr. Milkovich, and Mr. Chang, Ms. Bowser, and many other Annapolis High teachers are, and how much less learning would occur if those teachers were not there. We're not going to get there tweeting how awesome we are. We need to pay our awesome teachers in challenge schools. I also want to tell you some things that some of the teachers and guidance counselors in our middle schools are telling me that they can't say to you for fear of job repercussions. You are not closing the achievement gaps by eliminating disciplinary measures that they need to use. Our demoralized teachers are reporting that students realize there is no consequence to disruptive behavior. And many of our longtime dedicated teachers are strongly considering leaving our middle schools, and that breaks my heart. You need to use evidence-based measures like well-paid, high-quality teachers, safe and healthy school start times when students' brains are awake. Probably not many of your other clusters have had parent field trip chaperones punched on field trips. Our challenge schools have. The Achievement Gap students are selling heroin down the road from me at Quiet Waters Park, and I want that to change. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we have 3 hours and 15 minutes worth of public comments that I have cards on. And every time we applaud, you're extending the evening. And out of respect for our students who are here to speak, I would ask that we try to move this along. Mrs. Burge?
I wanted to say something similar, and I wanted to see if Ms. Norman was aware, as she's asking for this, that the teachers union has ratified this agreement. No, it was a mediated agreement. We went to mediation, and the teachers union has ratified it already. Okay, I wanted to make sure you knew that. It was a mediated agreement that two groups came to together, and the teachers union has already ratified it.
Lisa, you're next. If this is truly about the presentation that we just had, otherwise I'm going to have to add you to the pile for the teachers' comments.
It refers to it. My name is Lisa Miller. I live in Edgewater. I have one child at Central Middle, one at South River. The previous agenda item was an update on closing the achievement gap. Missing from that presentation is a positive impact later middle and high school start times would have. The Brookings Institute's Hamilton Project proposed 3 ways to reorganize schools that could reap tremendous benefits for student achievement. Later start times was the first of the 3 proposals. Early start times is the same as an ineffective teacher. We would take steps to improve a poor teacher's instructions. So why not alter start times to get the same or better results? More importantly, disadvantaged students benefit twice as much as advantaged students from later start times. A study in North Carolina found that delaying middle schools by an hour increases standardized test scores by at least 2 percentile points in math and 1 percentile point in reading. The effect is largest for students with below average test scores, suggesting that later start times would narrow gaps in student achievement. The effects of later middle school start times continued into students' high school years. I urge the Board of Education to set clear parameters for healthy school hours, which would positively reinforce the importance of closing the achievement gap and academic improvement. These could include an 8:30 a.m. start time for middle and high school, 8 a.m. start for middle or for elementary schools, 7 a.m. as the earliest bus pickup, and 3:30 as the last release. I know that there are obstacles to achieving this and closing the achievement gap. I feel confident that the board can find solutions to whatever obstacles may arise in making later start times a reality. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on item 2.09, the presentation we just had? Okay, we will move on to the public comment portion of the meeting. Anyone wishing to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers will be allotted 3 minutes each, and the board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing the meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. This time is intended for speakers to voice their opinion and not necessarily as a question and answer period. Speakers may pose questions, but answers will be counted toward the 3-minute allotment. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. We have 15 completed cards for this portion of the meeting. And I'll call you up in groups of 7, and the first person can go ahead and stand at the podium. Lisa Rodvian, Daniel Brooks, Lisa Van Buskirk, Elizabeth Reddy, Heather McIntosh, Janet Norman, and Laura Booth.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak, and members of the board. My name is Lisa Rodvian, and I'm a secondary teacher in AACPS. I actually grabbed 2 cards tonight, one for public comment, so I could speak about school start times, and another about the teacher contract. I attended last night's work session on school start times, and I'm returning tonight to urge you to reject option A. I think there were lots of issues that came up regarding option A, that a 30-minute shift A is insufficient. The benefits to students in terms, option A is the 30-minute, is the 30-minute shift? I'm sorry, option C is the 30-minute slide. Thank you very much. The benefits for option C are not what they should be. The organizations that have weighed in recommend 8:30 as the earliest start time, and that only gets high school students to 7:47. It also appears that the disruption to other grade levels with option C are pretty dramatic. I also want to comment on the discussion about families and the need for good family life in Anne Arundel County. It was really apparent that there's great concern for families with elementary school and middle school children regarding school start times, but I felt very much that high school students were left out of that definition. Many families with high school students do fine, but the families that suffer because of high school start times being what they are, suffer tremendously. And their family situations are extremely strained. And I don't think we can continue to underestimate that strain. Those families are dealing with depression. They're dealing with constant sleep deprivation. They are dealing with suffering grades. They are dealing with the achievement gap. They are dealing with increased illness. We just had a whole presentation on the county's commitment to change the achievement gap, yet I didn't hear one mention of it in last night's work session, that school start times can be an important step in closing the achievement gap, yet it seems absent from the conversation. I'm just here to ask for real leadership. I don't think when I ask my students to do a task and they give me back a million excuses of why it can't happen, I encourage them, overcome the obstacles, do what you know is right, do what you need to do. You have been given a charge. 2/3 of survey respondents want to change. The unanimous vote of our elected council wants change. You can be the leaders or you can duck this task. I urge you to do it. The time to do it is now. Thank you.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Dr. Arlotto, and the members of the board. My name is Danielle Brooks. I am a parent of 2 current elementary students, and I want to talk a little bit more about the meeting last night. As you heard from the Fairfax County representatives last night in your workshop, community outreach is a vital part of the successful implementation of later start times. And the commitment that you've shown towards later start times is important. Start School Later has begun an education campaign via middle school PTOs and PTAs, but we of course lack the positional authority of AACPS in the Board of Education. Because you are entrusted with the education and care of our children, hearing the same message regarding the health benefits of sleep and the positive impacts on academic performance from AACPS and the Board of Education will resonate with parents, teachers, and the community at large. So demonstrating a little bit more of your commitment would be helpful. As described in the Blueprint for Change developed by Fairfax County. Those school districts that seem to have been the most successful in changing their start times are those in which the superintendent, district staff, and the school board have become well informed, which you have, regarding the sleep science and have worked with key community organizations. The more educated that the district staff becomes about sleep science, the more persuasive they will be in communicating these messages, end quote. Facilitating this change depends on broad communication and the belief in your good faith efforts. Fairfax County set the standard by their community outreach, not just to the impacted families, but to the community at large, to help them understand the potential impacts of traffic, use of sports fields by non-school organizations, before and aftercare operators, business community, and so on. I don't believe that AACPS and the board need to reinvent the wheel here. You need only follow the blueprint that Fairfax County set. The Citizens Action Council, the PTO, the PTAs, Anne Arundel County Department of Parks and Recreation, and others will surely welcome and appreciate all relevant details regarding the change in school hours for the health and safety of our students. It concerns me that it hasn't happened yet because we are talking about next year's school calendar. Start School Later looks forward to partnering with the Board of Education and the AACPS in their outreach efforts over the next few months, explaining the new safety and health and safe school hours for all grades in the 2016-2017 school year. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Van Buskirk of Edgewater, and I'm the chapter leader of the Start School Later Anne Arundel County. I would like to ask that any audience member who supports later start times for Anne Arundel's middle and high schools while keeping the elementary schools early, please stand in support. And unfortunately, you can't see all the teachers outside. Start School Later supports our teachers. We recognize and appreciate their momentous efforts every day, improving the lives of students across Anne Arundel. However, our teachers can only make their positive impacts on students who are ready to learn. Sleep-deprived teenage students are not ready to learn. So I thank you for holding the workshop last night on later school start times to discuss the issue. Fortunately, I was unable to attend in person, so I watched it stream over the internet. Later school start times is not just about the cost of extra buses. It's also about tracking down fewer truant students, providing less remedial instruction because students are awake and cognizant during their actual lessons, better homework completion because the students are learning more in class, which improves their grades and graduation rates, closing the achievement gap, and most of all, it's about valuing sleep as a society for its positive impacts on our health. I found an editorial in the Washington Post from August 1998. Please note that's the year that all of our graduating seniors were born. It gives the same justification that I use in my letters to the editor. The only difference is now we have even more science supporting the change. In 2006, the board voted on this, and so this is not a new issue. We just have new board members. So we've already answered the question, should we do this? You, the board, has said we will. Now it's time to move beyond that study and discuss the stage, how do we do this? As you learned last night from Fairfax, it can be done. It's much like eating an elephant. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. The first bite is leadership from many levels of AACPS and the board. The second bite is clarifying start time parameters. The third bite is using the software you purchased to develop scenarios. The fourth bite is internal stakeholder meetings, evaluating your scenarios to improve them for the student's benefit. The fifth bite is community outreach. The sixth bite is refining your scenarios further. The seventh bite, more community outreach. And the eighth and final bite is later start times next year. I want to make sure that all of you received the handouts that were supposed to be provided to you last night. Did you receive them today? All right. I wanted to highlight the chart that shows the two start times for the two real students and the amount of sleep that they get. They actually happen to share the same amount of school time. The difference is Anne Arundel starting at 7:17 and Loudoun County starting at 9. They still have the same amount of sports practice. They still eat dinner with their family. But the difference is when they do homework and then go to bed, the Anne Arundel student might go to bed at 9 and they toss and turn for 2 hours and fall asleep at 11. The Loudoun County student goes to bed at 11 and falls asleep at 11, which means they get nearly 8 hours of sleep. There's also solutions for thinking outside the box, 4 comments posted on our Facebook page, and then 9 of the very, very many experts' opinions on why we should start school later. I do not want Start School Later to continue to be adversarial to the BOE and AACPS, so we can work together to find ways to make this successful. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My comments are more towards the future and considerations about decisions that you'll be making for the coming school year. My name, I didn't say it yet, sorry. My name's Elizabeth Ruddy. I'm a third grade teacher at Piney Orchard Elementary. And I want to begin tonight by using a valuable teaching strategy. I want to always begin with a positive. So thank you. Thank you for helping to mold me into the educator that I am today. This year marked my 14th year as an educator, my 9th year with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I began my AACPS career as a special educator at Glendale, then continued as a 5th grade teacher at Maryland City, and am currently in love with my job as a 3rd grade math teacher. Best job ever. Along the way, you've invested time, effort, training, money into me. But you can't take all the credit for that. Much of it I volunteered to do outside of my contractual hours, but AACPS made these opportunities available to me. Close to 700 hours of professional development, equivalent to over 24 advanced professional credits have been invested in me. So here's where I get to the negative. You would think that if an entity such as AACPS had invested so much into someone to hone her into the educator that you wanted her to be, it would protect that investment. Just as when a homeowner makes improvements to a home and expects to increase its value, so should AACPS value me. It's unfathomable to me that next year, a teacher from another county or state with, let's say, 2/3 of the experience that I have will be hired at a salary that's above my current step level of pay. Does AACPS not value its investment? A new hire will be sent to PD to be trained on AACPS curriculum, standards, and initiatives that I have already had almost 700 hours worth of training on over 9 years. That's almost 100 hours a year. Please consider me and the amazing teachers throughout the Anne Arundel County when you make decisions in the future. We love our jobs, but we hate being made to feel unvalued, especially when we have gone above and beyond what you have asked us to do. Please begin treating us as a valued investment and consider that we are professionals that deserve to be properly compensated for our effort and expertise. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Heather McIntosh. I'm a parent. I'm Start School Later volunteer. I participated in the AACPS task force. All of the reasons for that is because I'm a parent. Last night we had an interesting workshop. I'm really encouraged to seeing the board digging into the details on how to build a healthy school schedule for all kids. Last night I just wanted to say that we've done a lot of the work already, as the task force members can attest. So we have already begun, which is a good thing. Last night we heard Ms. Ritchie bring up a schedule option that hadn't been raised before. We heard Ms. Nally question the costs, which is also clearly an important step. I just wanted to say that I think the 30-minute slide is not going to work. Let's just stop talking about it. Bringing the outlying elementary schools and middle schools in line is costly, and the extra buses needed could be used more effectively in a more comprehensive solution. We don't need to grasp at the cheapest solution. Let's come up with a solution, a good solution, but keep in mind that the perfect is the enemy of the good. And we want to improve the situation for the most number of students in our school system. Right now we're harming our kids. Maybe not the elementary school kids, but the older kids, the 14-year-olds, the 15-year-olds. They are our responsibility too. They are our families. There's too much depression, too many dropouts, too many kids walking to school in the dark. Later school start times, as we've heard tonight, can help close the achievement gap. Later school start times can help teachers teach. Later school start times can help students learn. I was concerned to find out last night that the estimate for the software to be up and running is 2 years. We don't have that time. We're harming our kids every day, and we have a solution before us, a public health solution that not only improves health but academic performance. We need your leadership on this. We need you. We need to be working together. New board members and long-term board members, the transportation department, the IT, I'm just going to start reading, I'm sorry. The IT department, the community, the volunteers who want to help. Last night there were lots of concerns raised. For every concern, there is a workable solution that we can learn from neighboring counties. Let's set parameters like civil twilight. You have the software. At this point, it's not rocket science. It's a lot of data entry. We need you to put some resources into this now so that we can begin using this tool. We need to sit down together and talk about ideas, solutions, and transportation details, look at creative solutions, and use the software to run scenarios. Once you have the data plugged in, it will take a day, not a month, not a year. We don't have the time to waste. We need to move forward. This can be done.
Good evening, Janet Norman. I really appreciate you organizing the workshop last night and having the expertise of Fairfax and Montgomery County here to help show you a path forward. I think their experiences were really valuable to listen to, and I appreciate your time taken to gain that knowledge. It's clear that they had tremendous leadership to help them get through difficult times. It took leadership from their Board of Ed to pass a resolution outlining the expectations for safe and healthy hours. The Superintendent Karen Garza of Fairfax to accept the board's decree of healthier and safe hours. It took leadership from the transportation official to coordinate the issues and communicate and communicate and communicate, like he said last night. What I'm asking you is to show us that you can have the same amount of leadership here that we need to see from you, and we know you are capable of. Change is the new normal for the students we are teaching. They will never have one job for their entire career. You have to model and embrace change for this new generation and be comfortable working in uncertainties because you know it's the right thing to do. Some of the best training I've had in my 25 years in government was taught by Hans and Anne-Marie Bleicher, called Strategic Development of Informed Consent. Your Anne Arundel County Department of Transportation took this training many years ago. And he focused mainly on, it's your duty to carry out the mission. That you are not seeking consensus from the Anne Arundel County. You are seeking grudging consent to go forward with the duty to carry out the mission. And the mission is safe and healthy start times for our students. So you must be the champion to believe in this mission and sell it to our county residents. If you waffle, they will not follow. Many people are not here tonight because they think that you're already going to act and get it done. It was in the newspapers. It's going to happen in the fall. But I'm afraid that without strong leadership now, that it's not going to happen. So I really appreciate everything you've done, but you've got to double up your efforts and get that software going and talk to the community and be the reason why and show them the reason why this is happening and not be down in the weeds of every little opportunity or challenge. You have the whole budget in order to do this. You don't just have $600,000. You have the whole budget of Anne Arundel County Public Schools to do this. You've got gasoline saving, diesel fuel cost savings of, I don't know, $1.2 million. There's savings all throughout your budget that you can use to prioritize this, just like the 7 county council members voted unanimously. Have you ever seen them vote unanimously on anything? They voted unanimously on this issue that our county needs healthier start times, and they need it immediately. So we're really looking forward to helping you lead, helping communicate, but it has to come from you. And we thank you for all your efforts.
Good evening. My name is Laura Booth. I am a parent of a student at Annapolis Middle School and a parent of a kindergartner at Georgetown East Elementary. And I just want to take a second, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. And also, I want to give a shout out to the amazing teachers that we have that are especially the ones that are working in struggling schools. Like Georgetown East is a Title I school. 90% of our kids get free or reduced cost lunches. Those teachers are amazing. They work so hard and they put in so many hours outside of their own time. Like when our school has, dances and activities at night, we don't have a large PTA. I'm about 50% of it. And I just joined. And we don't have the PTA to do these sorts of things. So it's our teachers who stay late to make these activities possible for our kids. So I just want you to remember them when you think about things like taking away the bonus that they get for serving at these schools. It's not a bonus. It's paying them for the time that they put in above and beyond our teachers at other schools. All right. But I'm actually here, wanted to speak tonight about start times because I do have a middle schooler who's in 7th grade. He loves math, loves science. He's at Annapolis Middle, and I would love him to consider the STEM program at South River. And the biggest stumbling block is the school start time because he would have to get up so early and it would require a parent who is at his disposal to drive him to a bus stop at that time of day. And I am fortunate, you mentioned earlier about our single parent households. I am fortunate. I have a spouse who is willing, my husband is willing to get up and drive my son to places when he needs to be early. But with a kindergartner, I don't have that flexibility of getting myself up and my son up and my daughter up at 5:30 in the morning to drive my son somewhere. My son right now is in the middle school in the strings program. They have practice before school at 7 a.m. on Tuesday mornings. My family hates Tuesday. It's awful because we have to get, when my husband is away on business, I have to get the whole house up and out the door at 7 a.m. in order to get my son to this program. But it's 30 kids. We don't make the whole school get up so that 30 kids can be in strings. It doesn't really make sense to me that the whole school needs to start at 7 a.m. to accommodate one group of students having an activity. So I just want to say, I know that every one of you here are here tonight because you care about our students, that you want to do what's best for them. And I trust you. And you know that I trust you because I give you my kids every week. There is no greater sign of trust that I can show you than by giving you my kids. So I trust you. I trust you to do what's right. I trust you to use the current science. You've heard all the recommendations from the Academy of Pediatricians. You've heard from the CDC. I trust you to follow their guidelines. I trust you to do what's best for their health and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next 7 is Deborah Wood, Marie Kovac, Kayla Mann, Kathy Mann, Ethan Wolanski, Jeff McCrease, and Missy Kozlowski.
My name is Deborah Wood, and my husband and I have a child at Broadneck High School. I'm also a child development specialist with a doctorate in human development, the executive director of Chesapeake Children's Museum, and a county appointee on the Early Childhood Coalition. I'm disappointed to have to be here tonight. I could be at home following the evening routine that helps our 17-year-old with special needs go up to bed at 8 o'clock so he has a chance at getting sufficient sleep before my husband or I wake him up for school in the dark. I've been here before, but some of you may not have. You may not be up to speed on the long history of trying to change start times in Anne Arundel County, nor the updates from sleep science that should make any education system expedite a change in start times to avoid any further risk and harm to our students. These include obesity, heart disease, depression, poor decision-making, weakened immunities, and slower reflexes. Let's just look at learning. The brain requires sufficient sleep during which it can sort and file new information. It requires sufficient sleep to clear out the toxins that build up in the synapses between the brain cells. And the teenage brain shifts its best sleep time forward by about 3 hours from a former ideal bedtime of about 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. You may not yet have come to understand that the typical teenage brain is not ready to wake up until 8 in the morning. Being at school at 7:17 a.m., because the bus schedule works best that way, wastes the time that students should be processing yesterday's lessons during REM sleep and waste the time they are sitting in class in a fog. This puts me in mind of dysfunctional families. A functional school system provides an environment to support optimal learning for each and every student, much like the parents in the family are supposed to take care of their children. Staffing, curriculum, materials, scheduling, transportation, the facility, family and community support, and a positive atmosphere are all in place to give every child great learning experiences every day. The school years are not only satisfying, they lay the foundation for lifelong learning and develop a clear path toward each child's chosen career and good citizenship. A malfunctional school system needs some tweaks in it to make it work properly. One or more issues with staffing, curriculum, materials, scheduling, transportation, the facility, family or community support, and or the school atmosphere needs to be fixed because not all the students are getting the benefits the system is designed to provide. A dysfunctional school system, like a dysfunctional family, pits the needs of the adults against the needs of the children. Children are expected to be more responsible than their ages would suggest. Children are left to behave in ways that are not developmentally healthy or appropriate. While yes, some children in dysfunctional families are able to adequately meet their needs themselves, or they may get taken care of by other families, children in a dysfunctional school system lose out on getting the most of what a school experience should provide and go into their futures less prepared and capable than they might have been. The time and effort it will take to input student addresses, the possible cost of additional buses and adjustments to sports, childcare, after-school jobs, and various other potential impacts on students and adults alike will all be worth the extra morning sleep for high school students. We may even find that staff, parents, and yes, bus drivers will have better sleep too.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Gorblack, Dr. Arlato, and distinguished members of the board. My name is Marie Kovac. I'm an Anne Arundel County parent. My daughter survived the 7:17 start time. She's a freshman in college. My middle school son, I'd like to see school start times well in place before he hits high school. The cost estimates for implementing new busing schemes in Anne Arundel County are not trivial. Neither is the cost of paying and retaining quality teachers in Anne Arundel County. And yet, under a $1.1 billion education budget, they should not be mutually exclusive. Start School Later is not proposing that changing school start times should come at the expense of teachers' salaries. Transportation is less than 5% of the total expenditures of AACPS. The Board of Ed has already provided the funds for AACPS to obtain the transportation software that is a critical first step in the process of achieving safer, healthier school start times for our students. This also addresses a finding from not one, but two state audits that cited AACPS for not taking advantage of the technology available for determining optimal bus routes for its schools. Until the transportation software is implemented and some what-if scenarios can be run, we really have no idea how accurate any of the cost estimates are for new bus routes and what school start times can be. The software could potentially find cost savings within existing routes, which, when combined with the approximately $1 million in fuel savings that may not be reflected in the current budget, might allow for additional flexibility in developing optimal transportation solutions. Few educational programs can be said to have a better return on investment than implementing later school start times, as reported as a 9-to-1 ratio from the Brookings Institute. Fairfax County continuously reworked their transportation solutions. Estimates for change using a given set of parameters started at $14 million, then were reduced to $4 million, and then to zero. While they ultimately did not select that particular zero-cost start time option, it indicates how much variation there can be for a given set of parameters. We urge the Board of Ed to set the following as healthy, safe, and start time parameters. 8:30 a.m. or later for start for middle and high schools per AAP and CDC, 8 a.m. or later start times for elementary schools per the DHMH study, and no bus pickups or drop-offs in civil twilight. School start times is not just a transportation software issue. It requires input from all of AACPS's offices to successfully implement. With strong leadership, effective oversight, and a clear goal of healthy and safe school hours for all students, this project can develop solutions that meet the board's set start time parameters. The Board of Education resolved to implement safe and healthy start times for next year. What is the project timeline? Is the board receiving regular updates on the status of the software implementation? Start School Later looks forward to hearing more from AACPS's Board of Ed regarding the timeline for this project and the status of scenario evaluations. We welcome the opportunity to work with you on the community outreach that will be necessary to make this happen successfully for next year. Thank you.
Hi, I am Ethan Wilansky. Good evening. I'll have a really short comment here. It's about starting school later. And a slightly different angle. I have a daughter in high school and a daughter in middle school. However, I live very close to the high school, so the early start time right now doesn't have a huge impact on us. However, there's a big indirect impact. I can see that there's a lot of disruption in classes, general poor performance of the students because of their early start time, poor behavior, and it affects both the entire student population and the teachers. So I think that gives us, leads to bad outcomes for our county. And for all the reasons stated, I think a later start time makes a lot of sense. And I'm done. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Kayla, and I'm a freshman in high school. I've always gotten straight A's and love school. This year I've gotten 100s on all my projects in English, but I got an E on reading comprehension for the book we were reading because I kept falling asleep while I was reading it, so I didn't comprehend it as well. I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning and then catch the bus while it's pitch black outside. I also love to be active and do things, but because I have to get up so early, I'm still tired when I get home from school and end up falling asleep for 3 or 4 hours. And I don't like falling asleep at that time because I want to do stuff and get my homework done and spend time with my family. I try to get to bed early, although when I sleep for 2 or 3 hours, I get all messed up. I leave my cell phone in my parents' room at 8 o'clock, and then I try to get to bed by 9 o'clock. Even during class, especially first period, when you look around, over half of the kids are falling asleep. And even the kids who don't look tired have told me that they are trying to keep their eyes open. It's horrible in the morning trying to get up even after going to bed really early. And this is only my first year. I still have 3.5 years left, and I already feel this way. I heard that someone said last night that they don't want to rush this, but that's not what the kids who actually have to get up this early think. The sooner the better. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Mahon, and the proud mother of my incredibly exhausted daughter. You can't imagine how exhausted. I started coming here as a healthcare worker, a physical therapist, but some of my patients had friends who had committed suicide. And some of my patients looked awful. And I told their mom, I'm like, ooh, I'm really worried about her, which is why I started coming a couple of years ago. But now I have a freshman. Her fifth grade teacher said, I can only wish that my daughter's like her. But you can't imagine the dramatic change in just 2 months. And somebody can say, well, it's hormonal. But I've known her friends since kindergarten. They didn't get all hormonal the second week into high school. They're great kids, and they're devastated. And I came in with actually different comments. I'm a professional. I teach. I expect a certain professionalism, right? And I couldn't imagine saying things that would be derogatory. But after last night, after sitting here, my chest is beating. I went to the people from the other county, and afterwards, and I said, "What do you think?" And they said, one, you need people who are solution oriented. 2, you need leadership. Oh, he said, actually, 2, he said, the people need to accept it's not if, it's when. And you need leadership. And I said, so what do you think? He identified only one of you. The one that's smiling, I might add. Yeah, he identified only one of you. The thing is, and maybe it's just a communication thing, but when you made the comment about not having people applaud, you have to know that we sit out here watching some of your board members roll their eyes. And so it's great to hear the positive stuff about the magnet schools, and it's great to hear that in the beginning. But when I talk to the teachers in the hallway and I hear my daughter so devastated, it's devastating. And to come back and basically end with the comment that was made about not wanting to rush this, it's really hard because it's not my personality, but my comment is, where have you been? No one's ever going to accuse you of having rushed this. This has been going on for years. And these teachers, possibly, when you see the kids that were so well behaved, their change is unbelievable. A woman, if you are unaware, did do a study and used part of our community. And that part of our community, on average, as a norm, should have 1 suicide in 10 years. We exceed state levels. We exceed national levels. It's fine that you want to take care of the elementary children, but they do become high schoolers who we want to see not consider that an option. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jeff McCrease. I'm the proud parent of 5 public school students, 2 at Annapolis High School, 2 at Bates, and 1 at West Annapolis Elementary. I'm also a member and former chair of the Annapolis Education Commission. And as well, this year I'm co-chairing, along with the acting school superintendent of the state of Maryland, the state of Maryland's Parent Engagement Council. I'm here tonight for 3 reasons. Number 1, to say thanks. Number 2, to support high school start times that are later. And number 3, to urge the board to restore incentive pay for teachers at our most challenged schools. So first, from all the members of the Annapolis Education Commission, please accept our gracious thanks for the board's support over the past decade of the cluster of Annapolis schools. 10 years ago, all of our cluster schools were in dire shape, both physically and academically. And with the support of the board, we've physically rebuilt many of these schools, with 2 more of them pending. And we've funded amazing magnet programs that have attracted some of the county's best teachers to our cluster schools. And we've kept some of our best students from leaving the public school system. So thanks to all the members of the board for your support over the past decade. Second, the Annapolis Education Commission has voted unanimously several times in support of later high school start times. We all know the science supports this. Our kids are healthier and they learn more when they're well rested. But what's less well known is that later start times have a disproportionately greater positive impact in schools of poverty. You know, families with economic challenges, for example, are less likely to have extra cars and be less likely to have an extra parent there to allow high schoolers to sleep in and to drive themselves. So if we're really concerned about closing the achievement gap, and we all recognize we are, this is one way to do it. We should support later school start times for the high schoolers now. And third and finally, I urge the board to find funding to restore incentive pay for teachers in economically challenged high schools. Almost 10 years ago, in the zero basing of Annapolis High staff, our faculty received special incentives to teach in high needs, high burnout school settings. This year, however, those incentives disappeared. Our teachers experienced, some of them, an actual pay cut, and we all recognize that's not right. Some of Annapolis High's best teachers have voiced a desire to go elsewhere. And if they do, it will be a tragedy because it would undo some of the great achievements that we've made. I recognize that there's a ratified contract with the teachers' unions. I acknowledge that, but we've got to find a way to find some money to fund continued incentive pay for teachers in high challenge schools. Thank you.
My name is Missy Kozlowski. I am a parent of 2 girls. My eldest graduated from South River in 2011. My youngest is a student at Baltimore Lab School. Her home school would be Crofton Middle, but she's been privately placed at Baltimore Lab. Actually, you guys placed her now. So kind of got a cornucopia of delights for you all tonight. Earlier I hadn't planned on addressing this, but we talked about the achievement gap, and you saw all those graphs and all that, and you saw that the special education students in every case or leaps and bounds below the rest of the students. And this is really personal to me. I got stuck with a really bad teacher for my kid for 3 years with no oversight and nobody stepping in and helping and looking at what was happening, and that's why she's at a private school now. And it's not just her, though. I mean, you look at, there's a maximum of 2% of special education students who are allowed to take an alternate assessment based upon alternate achievement standards, right? The other 98% are supposed to be able to close that gap in some way, shape, or form and not be that 20% number we saw, right? In 2013, like 53.7, sorry, percent of special education students graduated in 4 years. And 60% graduated in 5. We can't be satisfied with those numbers, can we? You see things like I have more than one friend whose child is in a private placement now because the behavior supports that were on their IEPs weren't provided. We do not have the people who understand behavioral supports staffing our schools. And it all goes back to we have to respect our teachers, we have to respect our educators. And Ms. Ritchie, what you said earlier about the funding and the lack of support from the tax base is hugely, hugely important. And we hear you all. I don't think that's just you, right? It's the whole council. You don't have the money. But nevertheless, we're failing these kids. It's our most vulnerable population. My daughter goes to Baltimore Lab School now, and school starts at 8:15. So, that's not too bad, except that the bus that the county wanted to send for her was going to pick her up at 5:50 in the morning. So we drive her privately, and you guys do reimburse us. But, we have to take care of our kids. We have to close these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. The last card that I have for public participation is Mickey Emanuel. And I was just given a card from Denise Cribbs.
I believe I superseded Denise Cribbs. She was going to talk about this part, and so I'll take that.
Greetings, President Korbalak, Vice President Nally, Superintendent Arlotto, excuse me, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Mickey Emanuel. I have 3 grandchildren in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Madam President, you are aware that I've testified before this board several times in the last year, urging its support of the OCR agreement. My philosophy hasn't changed since I joined the Anne Arundel County Public Schools OCR Advisory Committee in 2007. I became the Education Committee Chair of the Anne Arundel County NAACP 1 year later. At that time, I said my goal was to support Anne Arundel County Public Schools in every way possible, but I would not hesitate to oppose it when appropriate. I feel fortunate to have only missed a handful of OCR Advisory Committee meetings since becoming a member. Madam President, as the longest serving member of the OCR Advisory Committee, I have experienced firsthand all of the ups and downs of the committee over the last 8 years. Because of the hard work of Dr. Arlotto, his executive leadership team, and a lot of other ACPS staff, the interests of the students and parents most impacted by the achievement gap are in the best place we have been since the OCR agreement was signed in September of 2005. I encourage parents to join the OCR Advisory Committee, but whether they become a member of the committee or not, I encourage them to find out the truth of the issues for themselves. One of the lessons I have embraced over my lifetime is the need to gain an understanding of all perspectives of truths and issues. If we took, excuse me, if we look 30 miles to our south, we can see that 2 people or 2 groups can say very different things and both be telling the truth as they know it. The hope is that in the interest of those who we serve, we will always work through distractions to minimize the lose-lose that comes with gridlock. I am aware of the interest and support this board has in the Little Free Libraries program, which supports early literacy. I appreciate this board's commitment to what I believe will prove to be a critical component in eliminating the achievement gap in Anne Arundel County. I believe the culture within Anne Arundel County Public Schools has begun to improve under Dr. Arlotto's leadership, which is allowing more transparency than has ever existed in the past. Anyone who has been engaged for even the last 6 months has heard me express how excited I am about the Triple E initiative as well as K-1 curriculum. I believe these initiatives are the foundation we have needed for a long time upon which to build the capacity to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. But as any organization improves, there will still be throwback issues. I encourage every ACPS employee to continue the heavy lifting behind the scenes to remove the barriers to a complete breakthrough for the students affected by the achievement gap. In closing, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote, "We will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the hateful words and actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people." Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any additional public comment cards. So we will move on to the action items. Item 4.01 is administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved. All those in favor? Motion passes 900. Item 4.02, ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County.
Second. And I believe we have a presentation. Okay.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Rawls, and I'm the Director of Employee Relations. I'm also the Chief Negotiator for the Board of Education. To Ms. Korbelak, Ms. Nally, and the members of the board, and also to Dr. Arlotto. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County reached a tentative agreement as a result of a mediated settlement. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include a 2% COLA for all Unit 1 employees effective July 1, 2015, elimination of the challenge school stipends, which consist of an assignment and an AMO component. The amount of the assignment stipend will be credited in full and is a part of the 2% COLA that will be received by employees. The summary of changes also include an additional 15 minutes of individual planning time to elementary school teachers. In addition, the work year will be reduced by 1 day without a reduction in salary for the 2015-2016 school year for all Unit 1 employees. Also, there will be changes to the reduction of experience credit for new hires moving forward. Additional information regarding these and other items can be found in the summary of changes on the AACPS website. I would like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the negotiating teams and their willingness to confront extremely difficult issues in the midst of fiscal challenges this year. Despite the board and TAC's respective positions, the teams collectively worked to reach a settlement that they believed demonstrates everyone's commitment to supporting staff and students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. On October 7, 2015, TAC ratified this agreement. As such, I respectfully request you, the board, approve and ratify the noted summary of changes this evening as well. Thank you.
Good evening. Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak, Vice President Nally, and board members. For the record, I am Richard Benfer, President of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. I want to thank Dr. Arlotto and the board for their efforts to collaborate during this extended bargaining season. We understand that budget constraints and lack of adequate funding have played a large role in the deep hole in which we found ourselves. The past 7 years have been difficult at best when stretching the dollars that are allotted to the Anne Arundel County schools in terms of programs and human resources. The Teachers Association has understood that issue. Educators have made many sacrifices in order to keep the operation going. Educators across this county have maintained a high standard for delivery of instruction throughout this turbulent time, with the notion that the economy is improving and enhancements will be made. We spent over 11 months working on through the bargaining process. Although there are many who believe this settlement does not meet their needs and in some cases penalizes them, I believe this settlement is the absolute best that we could do and accomplish under the restraints placed on the team. The expectation moving forward, as it should be, is that we will work to improve the FY17 settlement when it comes before you late next time around. Anne Arundel County educators have lost 5.5 years in experience steps on a salary scale. Having lost so many steps in pay, our educators are finding greener pastures elsewhere. While I understand the need to recruit candidates to fill positions, we need to respect the work of those who have remained loyal to the system. Our educators have been feeling the workload rise each year. Not having proper enhancements makes their efforts seem worthless. Every county around us are seeing steps restored, including Allegheny, Caroline, Cecil, Charles, Dorchester, Frederick, Garrett, Hartford, Howard, Kent, Montgomery, and Prince George's, St. Mary's, Somerset, Talbot, Washington, Wycomico, and Worcester, and Baltimore County never lost their steps. I almost went into my Maryland counties rap because it's almost every single one. If you're wondering if you heard right, yes, Garrett County is getting steps, and they spend a huge proportion of their budget on snow removal. Anne Arundel County Schools has been characterized by many as the training ground for educators to seek employment elsewhere. We cannot go another year without steps. The bargaining teams work tirelessly to restructure the scale and make it more affordable. The reward for that hard work this year is the lack of funding by the funding authority to make the steps happen, particularly the county executive. We are prepared to work collaboratively with the board's team to figure out a way to make it happen. There's been a groundswell of activists ready to organize and take back our county. TAC will be working to engage these folks on a grassroots level. TAC will continue to be vocal at the local and state level to help structure or secure the funding needed. The board members can help us well by continuing their lobby efforts as well with the members of the county council and the office of the county executive. New money is needed beyond maintenance of effort calculations. The citizens of Anne Arundel County must understand that the school system should be in the forefront of their thought process when it comes to paying their tax bill. The school system must continue to be transparent with the budget process to gain more support. Our children are the ones who suffer when we don't speak up for adequate funding. Our educators in Anne Arundel County, part of the state has been ranked #1 in the country many years in a row, also suffer when we allow the budget to be balanced on their back. Something further must be done to take care of this problem. I don't have all the answers, but I do know that this education business we are in is all about human resources. As educators, their dedication, perseverance, resilience, effort, determination, and motivation to make every child receive the best education they're entitled to cannot be boxed and put on a shelf. We need to take the steps to ensure that we are climbing out of the hole and not slipping back into it. I am confident that we can do this through mutual collaboration on topics that we both have interest. We will undoubtedly disagree on points along the way, but we are allies in the quest to provide great public schools for every child, and I'm looking forward to traveling down the road together to make it happen. It is not lost on the Teachers Association that this contract is a work of collaboration. I am hopeful that this board will vote in favor of this contract between the board and TAC. It is the right thing to do at this point in time. I urge you to vote yes for the ratification of our contract.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. I'm Bill Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Teachers Association, and I also serve as their Chief Negotiator. And I'm not going to speak long. There's a couple of comments that I feel obligated to make. The first one is I have to let you know, and the audience know, and anybody who's watching on the television know, that this was not an easy agreement to get to. It took 10 months of work at the bargaining table. We finally threw in the towel and decided we were at impasse. We had 10 items that we just couldn't come to an agreement on. We lacked the middle ground to do it on any one of the 10. So we made a joint request. Even our request for impasse was collaborative. Public School Labor Relations Board recognized the impasse. Mediation under the relatively new law since 2011 is mandatory. We went to mediation, and this tentative agreement resulted. During mediation, both parties made plenty of difficult decisions. And certainly both parties, neither party, got everything they wanted, but both parties walked away with pieces of what they wanted. It's not an agreement that we are especially happy with, and it's probably not an agreement that you are especially happy with, but it's one that we can live with for the time being. But we can't continue to go on this road. You're going to hear speakers after Ms. Rawls and Mr. Benford and I am finished. Some will speak in favor of the agreement. Some will talk about the challenges they still face in their personal and professional life. Some may speak against the agreement. But they're going to give you real issues, and all of them are significant, and all of them need to be addressed. Our support of this collective bargaining agreement can't be interpreted as TAC ignoring those complaints, those concerns, those unmet needs. But I also want to remind you that TAC is the lawfully selected exclusive bargaining agent for Unit 1 employees. So as you hear some of TAC's own members stand up and possibly ask you not to ratify this contract, I want to remind you of something you already heard at least twice earlier tonight. The TAC, the lawfully exclusive bargaining agent, has already ratified this contract and has ratified it by about a 3-to-1 percentage. Now this group of people are going to bring two real issues, and they're sending a message to both you and their collective bargaining agent that things have to change. The sacrifices they've been making will not be being made much longer until they're treated with the respect that they deserve. After having said all the things I didn't want to have to say, because I wanted to try and keep this on the positive side after 10 months of work, that I do encourage you to vote yes on our ratification.
Thank you. Before I take comments on this item, I want to elaborate a little bit on how we got to where we are. Since the negotiated agreement with TAC was set to expire in June of 2015, TAC's negotiating team and staff from the Board of Education began working on a new agreement about a year ago. Both teams were able to suggest changes to the old agreement and try to come up with a new mutual agreement. The items that were not agreed upon then went before the mediator last month. As Ms. Rawls and Mr. Jones have said, what the board is voting on tonight are both the items that the two teams agreed upon together, as well as the items that were settled by the mediator. And as you heard, 75% of the TAC membership has already ratified this contract. A lot has been in the news about steps and salary increases, so I want to set the record straight. The budget presented by our superintendent last December contained a request for $11.8 million, which was the equivalent of a 2% COLA. It was for all employees, including TAC. This board then increased that amount to about $14 million, which was enough to fully fund a step for eligible employees and a similar equivalent to other employees. The budget that was proposed by our county executive cut that $14 million to $5.9 million, which was the equivalent of 1% increase for all employees. Our county council then added about $1.3 million back to that $5.9 million, making the amount equivalent to about 1.25% COLA for all employees. The agreement that was arrived at by the negotiating teams and our mediator contains, as you've heard, a 2% increase or a COLA for TAC employees. The 0.75% differential had to come from our existing budget. With the help of our mediator, the negotiating teams came to an agreement to use the challenge school stipend salary monies to make up the difference between the salary money that we receive from our county council and the money that will be needed to pay our TAC employees. The board tonight is charged with taking a single up or down vote on the agreed to package. This board does not have the ability in any way to amend the package. So with that, I will take comments first from our board members. Mrs. Birch.
Thank you. I want to clarify or ask a couple things about the funding that was given to us from our funding authority. The original money that was put into the county executive's budget, that was part of our maintenance of effort. Is that correct? Yeah. So really, that money is supposed to be used to account for our additional students, not for salary increases. But we were, so he didn't actually give us extra money for pay increases. We really should have used that money to pay for new teachers so that you wouldn't have such big classes. And then when the county council added money, they didn't give us new money either, did they? No? No, they took money from our healthcare fund balance. So really none of the money for this pay increase is new money that the county has given us. It's all money that we've had to take from what we already have, which is why I think that what Richard said earlier is so important. The message needs to go out, and we've been trying to do this for several years now with economic development, economic impact studies, and talking to our elected officials and to the community about the impact that you all and the school system have on the entire community and on the businesses and on everyone, and why our school system is so important. Because a lot of people still don't get it. And you need to make sure they get it, because they're not giving us any new money. And it's hard to give you steps if we don't get any new money. We asked for steps. We wanted to give you steps. They didn't give us any, unless you count the maintenance of effort money, which is what you get because you have an increase in students, which isn't really supposed to go for pay increases. Really, we should be using that to deal with the additional students we have in our county. So I know everyone is frustrated. Believe me, this is my 8th year on the school board. I'm frustrated too, because I want to do right by you. But there's another step to this, and it's getting the citizens of this county to understand the value of our school system and of you, which we're trying, and you need to do that as well. And making sure that our elected officials understand that they can't just keep giving us maintenance of effort. They have to give us new money for salary increases. They can't reallocate money we already have.
Mrs. Summer.
I want to echo what Ms. Burge said, that if I had the money, I was a teacher. I promise you that I'd give it to you. And I hear it from everyone, and I understand your frustration. When I went into teaching, I switched to teaching from banking, and I took a 50% pay cut to go to the classroom for a much harder job than what I had. So I know what you're going through. Unfortunately, the funds are limited and we don't have it. And there's many good things that we have that we want to do in the county. We hear school start times, and we hear all the programs for closing the achievement gap, and I hear the cries from special education for more teachers, and I hear y'all wanting more money, and we wish we could do them all. We have to make hard decisions. We asked for a step. We didn't receive it. We've given what we can, and I promise that I'll keep fighting to try to speak up for you teachers. I know it's hard, but we're doing the best we can with what we're given, and we encourage you to, along with us, speak out to the community, to the families, to the taxpayers, to our elected officials, and let them know that everything in the success of our county, it all is tied to the quality of our schools and the quality of our teachers. And so we need you to help us and speak up and get the word out there so that we can do more for you and for all the students in our schools.
Mrs. Ritchie.
So today you heard a lot about let's start school and how much that's going to cost, and and all these other kind of things. And as I sit back here and reflect on this, the one thing that I don't think people fully understand is how our budget is created and how we're funded and stuff. And it's always surprising to me because I have worked when I sat out there where Ms. Bukowski sits for many years, trying to educate people on how our budget is funded. And then I listen to people who vilify education constantly. It's in the national news. It's in our own local newspapers. All we ever see is the bad stuff that happens. So let's try to take another tactic. You all have filled the county chambers. You have filled the high schools when it's budget time and have asked for these things. And you know what? It's not working. They're not listening. So maybe we need to start looking and thinking about different ways to do this. So maybe what we need to start doing is telling your story, not your personal story. That's touching and compelling, but you know what? I got my own personal story too about trials and tribulations when I was a brand new employee and how hard it was, and eviction notices every month on the door because I couldn't work 2 jobs and all kinds of things. Had the car repossessed, had the whole 9 yards. But maybe what we need to do is tell the story of what you're doing in a classroom. Maybe what we need to do is let them understand the impact that you have every single day on a child in your classroom. Maybe that's the story they need to hear, because then the parents start coming behind that because it becomes real. But when you go out there and talk about I'm not being paid enough, after a while people get tired of hearing it. Sorry, I'm just telling you what I hear. And the fact of the matter is that we have got to start changing the conversation and stop being about give, but invest, invest, invest. And unless we can do that and make people understand what you do in the classroom and how it impacts a child, we will never get the money. I sat out in that seat for 4 years working towards doing that. And now I've sat up here for 6 years. And you know what? Nothing's changed. So maybe we need to start changing the conversation. Tell them your story. Tell them how you impact children. And maybe we can start changing and showing them that education truly is a priority and that we need them to believe it as well.
I think we'll move to public comment. I have 7 cards from our wonderful Krask supporters: Scott Hoarth, Jacob Bogart, Anna Mellis, Sarah Smith, Molly Fitzpatrick, Carolyn Williams, and Ben Colebrook.
I'm not going to ask the teachers to stand with me for this. They've been on their feet all day teaching. Hello, my name is Scott Howarth. I'm 16 years old, a junior at Arundel High School, and I'm the president of the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils. I swear that never gets old 5 months into this, and I'm still super proud to be the leader of this student body. We are an amazing assembly and a mind-blowing generation. One of the primary features of our school system is the student leadership structure. Through the election of the student board member, we are allowed to actively participate in collective bargaining. This is one of the areas where even the most progressive systems usually don't allow student input. In honor of that special voting right, Krask will not be taking an official position on the ratification of union contracts. I repeat, we are neutral, Switzerland. Instead, we are here to share a bit about what it's like for students to experience this. In Anne Arundel County today, students can take 26 advanced placement courses. We have close to 600 students duly enrolled in college-level courses working towards their diploma. We have had 8 Gates Millennium Scholars over the past 4 years. Our students fly drones and create smartphone apps. They engineer algae into biofilters, compose symphonies, raise money for causes in developing countries, patent cancer detection methods, lead environmental change, and champion political causes. Our students demonstrate exemplary talents, including the understanding of world issues and the ability to clearly articulate youth perspectives before an otherwise all-adult board. We are able to do all of this because we have been gifted with superlative education. That education has been precariously balanced on the goodwill of the tireless dedication of our teachers. These are the men and women who high-five us first thing in the morning, teach us all day, tolerate our teenager attitudes, tutor us in the afternoon, grade our papers and answer our questions all evening, then get up again the next day to arrive in the building at 6:30. The success of our system and quality of our community rests the bulk of its weight on the back of our teachers. Without them, the whole thing will crumble. As we enter the season of budget, I ask the members of this board and elected officials to take a hard look at the way we spend money. The school system will not fail for lack of Chromebooks or smartboards. We won't struggle with the absence of phys ed textbooks, and everyone can suck it up and wear the same sports uniforms for a few more years. But when the inevitable mass exodus of our faculty leaves us without teachers, what happens? The whole thing goes sideways. I'm asking you all, us all, not to let that happen. I'm so proud to represent my peers, but when I come back to visit in 7 years and talk to the 2022 CRASC officers, I want to be blown away by them and their amazing education. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. One of my coaches, and mentors for that matter, once pointed to my school and said, while the things you learn in there are important, what you're going to remember 20 years from now is what happens on this field. Good evening, Anne Arundel County. My name is Jacob Baumgart. Playing left field at Arundel High, the most decorated baseball program in the state, I'm fully aware of the time and effort a successful team is required to put forth, all of which stems from the coaching staff. We know through the knowledge of tribal Africa that it takes an entire village to raise a child. The same holds true for the development of an athletic program. Many teachers of our county volunteer their time outside of the classroom and dedicate it to the playing field. Only through some of this non-contractual work put in by teachers, we are able to have programs such as after school and summer workouts were accessible to all students. With programs of these likes, student athletes are able to monitor their training, build strength, and condition at consistent and safe rates for the vigorous seasons. As a matter of fact, the University of Washington Orthopedics Department suggests that exercise with aforementioned qualities will decrease the likelihood of stress and overuse related injuries when it comes time for game action. Without the expertise of these teachers and coaches alike and athletic directors, student athletes will have an increased risk for injury due to improper training. Following a decreased amount of assistance from teacher coaches, the quality of play of sports in Anne Arundel County is bound to be lowered. As the level of play is minimized, so is the significance of the games that we play in. For example, senior nights are large events that draw crowds from varying backgrounds across the community, uniting us all. This past year, Arundel Baseball's senior night drew the largest crowd that I've ever seen for a regular season baseball game. We sold plenty of different specialty foods, and that increased a whole bunch of revenue for us personally. Furthermore, on that night, we dedicated our field to a coaching legend, Bernie Walters, with a framed jersey and unveiling of a scoreboard in his name. It was a night to be remembered from members of our community of all ages. And to deprive teachers is not only to deprive and risk the student athletes, it's also to deprive the entire community, a condemnable offense. Thank you.
By the way, that was a great night. I was there.
Good evening. My name is Anna Mellows, and I'm 16 years old. I'm a junior at Arundel High School. There are some lessons that can be taught in a classroom, things like trigonometry and chemistry, and then there are things learned along the way through your experiences. Some of the most memorable high school experiences are through clubs. With the effect of the salary situation, such as work to rule, these enriching clubs will be jeopardized. This is due to the fact that teachers will no longer have to volunteer to advise them as it is not listed in their contracts. The loss of these clubs will have negative consequences. An example of how individuals will suffer if clubs are hindered is the club Best Buddies. Best Buddies is a program where we match individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in one-to-one friendships to promote social interactions. Without these social interactions, individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities may not have the opportunity to make friends, thus isolating them. In another example, with Work to Rule, there will be no schools to raise money, promote, or organize the Polar Bear Plunge. This means money raised during this event, which goes to Special Olympics, will not exist. In the year 2012, Anne Arundel County raised $146,465 for the Polar Bear Plunge. This money could now be deprived of Special Olympics, which could have a snowball effect of its own. Clubs affect a larger scale of people than one would think. The Polar Bear Plunge is only one example. Clubs such as Interact and Honor Societies, which students dedicate their whole high school careers to, I can vouch for that, reach out to help the community, but will not be able to do that if they cannot run. Among these positive outcomes of clubs is the idea that clubs provide a school with culture and diversity. Looking at the situation from an Arundel High School viewpoint, we have a wide variety of clubs ranging from superhero club to math club to United Cultures. Clubs are a way for students to express themselves and meet others who share their interests. I can personally attest to this, saying the people I have met through my clubs and activities are individuals I may have never spoken to before and could not imagine not knowing now. This affects all types of students, and having this opportunity decreased is damaging to them and could affect their entire future. Thank you.
Good evening. I just have a quick question. I'm wondering, did you read about the Work to Rule in the newspaper?
No, I learned about it from my school.
From who in your school?
Teachers and students are talking about it.
The teachers were talking about Work to Rule at your school and talking about the impact that it would have?
Everyone is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Before we start, could I add something to that furthermore? There's actually a lot of students who are getting behind this at our school. We have a lot of Arundel students here tonight backing us, and students are actually taking notice to this. Not just the teachers, the students are actually getting behind this and seeing the effects that it has on the clubs, the sports, and everything. And it does have an effect outside of just just outside of the teacher's salaries. It will affect our everyday life.
That's fine. There's just some policies about what teachers are allowed to discuss with students about Work to Rule, and that concerns me. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hang on, we got one more question from Mrs. Ritchie.
I just want to clarify a little bit about that, and it has to do with the stipends, because I hear that about the stipends, and Dr. Arlotto, maybe you can help me to understand this. I believe that for authorized clubs, teachers sign a contract to participate in that, and they're paid a stipend to do that. Is that correct?
The short answer is that's correct. There are, of course, through the negotiated agreement, there are activities and sports that teachers coach and/or monitor and manage. And then what I think the students are talking about, or will continue to talk about in their passionate way, is there are things that are not part of that negotiated agreement, and there are things that don't have a salary attached to them.
Right.
And I think that's part of what the students are referring to. So you're absolutely right. There are things that are negotiated with regard to coaching and a certain number of clubs that each of the comprehensive high schools can have and that we help fund. And then there are things that teachers do well above and beyond that you well recognize, certainly. Yes, ma'am.
But I just wanted to understand, because there are certain ones now, some of the ones that are like the Polar Bear Plunge, that is not something, that would definitely be one of those that are kind of affected. But there may be a robotics club that's contracted or something like that. So those should not be affected. But some of the I guess the more social ones, which is not too.
Well, it is. It really depends on school. Again, the school has a certain number that they are able to. Okay. Is the number 10? Yeah, the number's 10 at each of the comprehensive high schools. And different schools have different. One might have a step team, and the other school might not have a step team. Or robotics club, or not a robotics club. And then beyond that, again, what I think the students are referring to are those that are not contracted, and the teachers are. But those that are contracted, there's an expectation they will continue, because that's separate and apart from their duty day as negotiated.
Well, and it would be interesting, and I don't know whether we have that information or we can obtain that information. what other kind of programs are going on in those schools. So that's one of the stories we need to tell so that people understand, because a lot of the programs, that are being done that are beyond the 10 that are allowed in the school are things that we need to have a better understanding about.
Oh, no, it's fine. My name is Sarah Smith. I wanted to expand on what Ms. Ritchie talked about earlier with the student impact and what teachers were doing. I'm a senior at Annapolis High School, and I'm in the International Baccalaureate program. And as a student in such a rigorous program, as well as a senior, I could go on about how I feel about teachers rejecting requests for letters of recommendations, given the hard work I put into my studies for the past 4 years. However, my piece in this panel is not about that. Instead, I'm going to backtrack to the reason that we're all here really to begin with. I will begin by asking the simplest question of all is, why, ladies and gentlemen, did we become teachers? My mother is a professor, and she could go on for days about why she chose education of all paths laid before her. However, notably, she will say that she did it because she feels a drive to make a difference in people's lives. Many of my teachers have said that they teach because they love it. The recent events, however, showed a displacement in that claim. As a result, students are being affected in more than one way like we all think. My brother recently inquired on obtaining an internship at the NSA. In order to do this, he had to obtain letters of recommendations, and he asked his teachers. Every single teacher that he asked said no. My brother described this experience as not upsetting or infuriating, but rather as heartbreaking and disappointing. He approached his teachers not because he thought that they could write a fantastic recommendation that would land him a spot as an intern at the NSA, but also because he trusted them enough to write about him. When his teacher said no, he described this as knocking over a deck of cards. Teachers spend a year, perhaps even more, creating bonds with their students. Many of these students come to the school as a safe haven to enlighten their minds and interact with adults who believe in their success. When teachers reject a student on the grounds of an issue that they in no way, shape, or form are involved in, it feels demoralizing and deflating. There is absolutely nothing a student can do to refute the issue, and in a way, a student feels helpless. To conclude this, I believe that what has happened between the Board of Education and the Teachers Union is polarizing. I can only describe it as a multivariable equation that, when it began, involved students in no way. However, somewhere along the way, it suddenly did. When such an occurrence happens, it can either lead to a euphoric discovery or a spaghetti code of syntax. I firmly believe that is the latter. I think everyone should rethink and rediscover the reason that we became teachers. Perhaps it is a drive to make a difference or to inspire others. But I strongly encourage teachers to reevaluate whether or not bringing an undesired variable into the equation is truly the best way to solve it. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Molly Fitzpatrick, and I'm a 16-year-old junior at Broadneck High School. I'm currently taking 3 AP classes. Last year I only took 1, AP Gov, and it was my first one and I loved it, but the workload was overwhelming but still bearable. And then this year I'm taking AP Stat, World, and Environmental Science. World is really difficult, lots of work, but still manageable. But taking 3, these classes are just piling up and piling up and piling up. So when I started my junior year, I had students coming up to me saying, "Oh, you're only taking 3 AP classes?" Telling me I wasn't challenging myself enough and that my 3 APs weren't good enough for them. And that's barely manageable as a 16-year-old to take 3 AP classes. So when I've met kids in my grade who take 5, 6, or even 8 AP classes, that's a full schedule of AP classes. And really, I can't handle that, and neither can the average student. Without some help, obviously. It's important for me that I have a balanced life and that I get it's important for us to achieve and do our best, but the culture of overachievement has put us in this position to where we are expected to do these amazing things. And that's cool, but I need help. I need more teachers to tutor me and to go over my notes. And I'm also a class leader, so I miss days occasionally, and I have to make up this work after school. And this is more important at my school, unlike South River, Southern, and Arundel, because I don't have a pride hour or a pride period. And so with my 3 AP classes, even though it's just 3 APs, I need my teachers, and I need them to make more time, more than just the hour and a half I have them every other day. Under work to rule, I lose my tutors, my redos, my makeup work, and frankly, my AP classes. I'm not completely sure what brought us to this point in the TAC negotiations or the county council bargaining, but let's just say that if this was an AP course in negotiating contracts, no one here would be getting a 5 on that AP assessment. I am not willing to allow my education to be a sacrificial lamb in this battle. Regardless of where the money comes from and where it goes, we need to reach an agreement that appropriately acknowledges and compensates our educators for what they do every day. They go above and beyond so much of what they're called for, and I just think that they really deserve that recognition.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carolyn Williams, and I'm a junior at Glen Burnie High School and a proud member of the Biomedical Allied Health Program. Have a good look at Team Anne Arundel. While we are all coming at this thing from different angles, we are all here with a message that is in support of education, children, schools, and teachers. We are all like the snowflake on that motivational poster, that we can make a blizzard when we all work together. A lovely code red blizzard. When we align our message and we commit to the same goal, go us. One of these larger goals we are sharing is to help students achieve their full potential. Like we are trying to get underprivileged students to take their education seriously and commit to school. How are we promoting these large-scale initiatives like early literacy and enhancing elementary excellence? So the students will invest in their education, take it seriously, and believe in the power of yet. We are doing this by book drives and hashtags, trying to promote this awesome idea because we want to foster a culture of achievement that will replace academic apathy and end the multi-generational cycle of underachievement. My understanding is that these programs are ultimately intended to close the achievement gap. I commend your vision. It's a great game plan. But my question is, how much sense does it make for us to load the program with a message that students truly need to value their education and invest in their futures when we don't appear to value their teachers? Dr. Arlotto, I heard you speak in public several times where you made a big deal about the school system not being the brick or mortar buildings, but it's about the people. Yeah, you said that. And I was paying attention. I loved it. I loved it. Because you were right. We don't learn from the building. We learn from the lessons and the experiences that we get from none other than our teachers. So, as we ask families and communities to make investments in their children and to commit to placing high value on education, let's set the example by valuing and investing in our teachers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Colbrook, and I go to Chesapeake High School, and I'm a senior. And this feels a little bit like deja vu. You see, last May, I spoke at the county budget hearing, advocating for the funding of your budget that included allocating a more appropriate pay raise for my teachers. At the time, I was also trying to get some public speaking experience because I was running for CRASC president. Since you already heard from Scott, you heard how that turned out, But during the process, my SGA advisor spent endless hours helping me to craft my message and refine my speech. I'm a theater kid, so I kind of need a script, and I definitely need to rehearse. In the end, Scott got me by two votes. It was tragic, okay? But it's cool, because his first act as president was to appoint me as his chief of staff. And I found that my capacity to affect change and to be a positive force has not been diminished just because I didn't win an election. All those additional after-school volunteer hours that my advisor spent did not go to waste. The reason why I'm telling you this is simple. Aside from the fact that I wouldn't have been able to get those votes that I didn't without the extra hours of my advisor, the point is you win some and you lose some. When you take a hit, you can come back and try again, because even if you lose the game, you can still win the series. So we have not managed to get a teacher step increase for 5.5 years. Maybe the 6th or 7th time will work, but it's not the time to back down. I didn't back down, and I'm still here. Right? I'd like to think that's something I learned from Anne Arundel County Public Schools, but it doesn't seem like it. Maybe we need to learn from our losses and come up with a new game plan as we move forward. I also want to highlight that I brought this issue to the attention of my peers about a month ago after reading about it on social media. It is evident from the number of people here that this need for change represents a social movement in our community. We live in a unique time where communication is at our fingertips and we have the ability to affect change by retweeting. If you are skeptical about the power of social media, remember about a year ago when Dr. Arlato dumped a bucket of ice on his head to raise awareness for ALS? For everyone behind me or watching in the community, CRASC is eager to hear more from the students about how they feel in regard to the teacher pay, the budget, and everything else. So join the dozen or so students who follow us at CRASC_online. The people can be heard, so if you feel passionate about it, don't just troll Facebook or pick on Mr. Mosier on Twitter. Use your data plan and email our elected leaders to make them aware of your concerns. That includes your board members, county council members, bargaining unit representative, or whoever else. Use a little data and be heard. Like Scott said, look what a team of snowflakes can do.
You guys are awesome, and I can't wait to get back in my own classroom tomorrow morning, even though I'll be tired, but you inspire me. Thank you for coming out. Yeah, I won't have any sleep in the morning, but that's okay. We have, I think, 35 cards, so I'll call up groups of 7. Emily Brandenburg, Megan Davis, Russell Leone, Neil Russell, Delise Brown, Stephanie Gerhold, and Keith Enriquez.
It's different being on this side. It's probably been 7 or 8 years. Apparently, yeah. No, probably not. Are we all set? Thank you, President Korbelak and Dr. Arlato, for the opportunity to make remarks on behalf of the county executive. Our county loves and supports our teachers. The county executive is cognizant of the hard work and sacrifices our teachers make on a daily basis. The importance of their job, educating our future generations, cannot be emphasized enough. These following comments are not directed in any manner at our teachers as a whole, but rather at TAC leadership. It is important to review historic TAC compensation increases as well as additional compensation elements not acknowledged by union leadership. Since 2008, TAC will have received 10.5% in COLAs as well as 3 steps, which is a combined compounded equivalent of 20%. During one of the worst recessions in this nation's history, although TAC did not receive steps from 2009 to 2012, not a single teacher lost his or her job, although other school system employees did, as well as other county employees. Anne Arundel County Public Schools offers one of the most robust health care coverage plans in the region, with Anne Arundel County Public Schools picking up approximately 90% of the cost of a typical family coverage health plan. In real numbers, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is chipping in $16,171, while the TAC members is contributing $1,796. Less than a third of Americans now have a defined benefit retirement plan. The public taxpayer in Anne Arundel County is contributing 93% to TAC members' defined benefit plan, with TAC member employees contributing just 7%. To put that in context, the national defined contribution plan norm is that the company contributes 6%. Let me repeat that. The company contributes 6% and the employee the remaining 94%. Let's not forget the higher than the national average norm for paid holidays, paid sick leave days, paid annual leave days, paid bereavement days, paid personal days, etc. These are significant benefits for employees and are a real part of their unacknowledged paycheck by TAC union leadership. We consistently hear from TAC leadership that they are behind on steps, that they lost 4, and technically it is 4, not the 5.5 we keep hearing tonight, 4 steps of step increases during the recession. The reality of the situation is TAC leadership agreed and signed the negotiated agreement between the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County and the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County each and every year that a step was not received, as well as every agreement in which included a step. Nowhere in the agreement is there a footnote or a caveat that suggests that we can use revisionist history. The county does not owe for steps not paid during the recession. They are not coming back. They are gone. They are a victim of the recession. Mr. Bill Jones called our county executive a villain. And I quote, "If there's a villain in this, he's it. If Steve Shue was less interested in cutting tax revenue, we would not have been in this situation." This accusation is baseless and unprofessional. Our administration believes a historic increase of $17 million in education spending, or 51% of our total general fund budget, shows the county executive's unwavering commitment to public education in Anne Arundel County. The county executive also made a promise to the citizens that elected him by an overwhelming majority that we will not be increasing taxes during his administration. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gerhold. I'm World and Classical Languages Department Chair at Annapolis High School. Thank you. And I thought that it might be better, especially because of what I've heard this evening from Ms. Ritchie, that perhaps you should hear from one of my students who has absolutely no idea about any of this because she's been studying in Costa Rica. And she wrote me this email saying, without asking, "Hola, señora. I had a fantastic time in Costa Rica, and I thought of you often. The course I was taking was focused on teaching English as a second language, but I recognized a lot of their methods from Spanish classes with you. One day, my trainers brought up the fishbowl activity, and I excitedly explained, 'Oh, I remember doing this with Señora Gerhold.' During my time on this course, not only starting my own journey as a teacher, but I also came to realize how much work teaching is. I became so much more aware of all the effort, time, and creativity that go into all of your classes, and how hard you work to make learning Spanish effective and fun for all of your students. For that, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being such a fantastic teacher and for inspiring all of us to love learning." I think every single person in this room would love to get an email like that from one of their students. And I know that my team, our team at Annapolis High School, works tirelessly to make sure that each one of us makes that relationship with our kids. And I think that from all of us, we all want what's best for our students, and we're all here for the same reason. And I think that when we had these students stand up and say, our teachers are here because they love teaching, that's true. But we have mortgages, and we have kids, and we also want to do what's right for our families. So I urge you, when you look at this new funding for next year, that we take that into account. It's not about the money. Otherwise, none of us would be teachers. Let's be honest. Okay? So let's make sure that we do what's right for our students and that we're still there for them, that we make those creative lessons, that we turn their minds on to learning, and that therefore they can be the next generation of teachers. Otherwise, what's the point? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I started working in this county in 2000, 15 years ago. At that time, I was a new graduate, and my pre-med peers literally rolled their eyes when I told them I wanted to teach high school. They asked if I was planning on being poor all my life. I expressed to them that I may not make as much as they were going to make, but I would be fine because I had passion for what I was going to do, and I would make enough to survive. Now, I currently work at Glen Burnie High School, and I love working there. I work with great adults, and I work with exceptional teenagers. A lot of our student population, however, are minorities. And unfortunately, in this county, the percentage of minority students far outweighs the percentage of minority educators. I therefore see myself as valuable. I don't see myself as just a teacher in the classroom. I see myself as hope for our Black and Hispanic students. And let's face it, they're the ones we primarily target to close that achievement gap. One of my students who graduated actually even said on Facebook that I didn't just teach him about science, I taught him about life. And again, as was mentioned before, I'm sure there's a lot of teachers who experience the same thing. Well, unfortunately, recently I had to share with some of my students that possibly I may not be here next year. And some of them, of course, call me mom. So they said, well, why mom? And I had to tell them that, well, I rent my home. I can't afford to buy one here. I have a good husband, and thank God for it, because I couldn't live by myself and afford my bills, okay? And as much as I love them, I told them that I would either have to leave this county or leave the profession, unfortunately. When I started to work here, I was told that at stage 15, after working for 15 years in this journey, I would be making $15,000 to $20,000 more than where I am right now. And it's a little devastating because, unfortunately, the workload keeps increasing more and more each year. Bills go up more and more each year. Tuition for my kids, they rise more and more each year. But my salary has only increased 2%. Even Bank of America is doing better. They give me 3% back on gas, okay? But my county, where I've helped thousands of kids over the years to pass the biology HSA and to get a high school diploma, my county does not think highly enough of me to give me a salary where I can survive in this county. So unfortunately, my friends were a little right. 15 years later, I am living as a poor person, but I'm going to end on a positive note, as the student said earlier, that I have not received my steps yet.
I'm tiny. Good evening. My name is Megan Davis, and I'm a social studies teacher at Chesapeake High School. I'm also the Thespian Honor Society and Cappy's advisor, as well as the drama director and mock trial coach, all while currently working on my master's in education. Over the years, I've spent countless time and money on my students and things that I have no problem with doing, putting my students first and making personal sacrifices for their benefit, in addition to a workload that seems to be getting heavier as each year passes. This was all fine when it was just myself and my very loving and supportive husband, who understands that everything I do is not just for the kids that I teach, but in hopes that my hard work and dedication will pay off and be able to support a family of our own someday. Well, in February, we'll be adding our first child to our family. And this got me to thinking, not just about myself, but about all the hardworking teachers in this county who continue to take on more and have children of their own to support, and I don't know how they do it. Seeing how much time they put in year after year and having nothing to show for it financially, how their experience, education, and loyalty have been met with nothing. Without any compensation, they continue to sacrifice their family time. Nobody enters into our profession to strike it rich. Our goal is to inspire future generations, and how amazing is it that we get to do that for a living. But while our profession is a noble one, we can't afford to meet these unrealistic expectations with workload for free. And a sad fact is that many teachers have had to take on second jobs just to be able to afford a living. Many of us take on rent and mortgages with the assumption that with our steps, we'll be able to live comfortably. Shame on us for looking at a pay scale, assuming that we can advance just like in any other profession as our experience grows, and finding out that that is not the case. Teachers are now barely scraping by to make these payments and continue to advance their own education, thus taking on the second job. And the toll that it has had on their families has been devastating. I do a lot of extra, and before I didn't mind it, but now that it will impact my own child, I'm pretty angry. Angry that I feel while I should be taking on a little less, I will need to take on that much more. I have to sacrifice the benefit of my own child and choose between being a teacher and a mother. In order to provide for my own child, I will be home less and less. Just because I am a teacher does not mean that that should literally be my life 24/7. And don't think that because I love my students without fail and will always do what's best for them and stand up for them, that I can be pushed around and taken advantage of, passed over time and time again. And it seems I'm not alone in this. I ask you to put yourselves in our shoes, with crippling student loans, a mortgage, a baby on the way, being passed over for several times for a raise that you've earned, a workload that keeps getting heavier, and required to sacrifice more of your family time with little to no compensation. Would you continue? Would you sit silently and hope for the better in the future? I think not. In fact, you may liken your experience of this to working in a sweatshop. Well, the definition is where workers suffer from lower wages, long hours, and harsh working conditions. This analogy was actually given to me by a student a couple years ago when we were learning about the Industrial Revolution.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, President Korbelak, Dr. Arlato, and board members. My name is Russell Leone, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Severna Park Elementary School. I would like to speak on behalf of the contract that you are considering this evening. In a recent article in the Capital Gazette, Bob Mosier was quoted as saying, "We have great confidence in teachers around the county to do what they've always done, which is to work in the best interest of the students that they're charged with educating." I know you believe this just as much as I believe we do this year after year. But it's becoming more and more difficult to do it with the same enthusiasm that we have. I recently took a look again at our pay scale for teachers. If I were paid at a rate equal to the number of years I've devoted to the students of Anne Arundel County, I would be making $10,000 more a year than I am now. That's 17% more than I currently make. I don't pretend that we're ever going to get that back, and that's not why I bring it up. But the 2% that we are being offered right now is good enough for me right now. I know you have confidence in your teachers, and I believe you're going to do the right thing for us. I would also like to share more about the dedication that continues from not only myself but other teachers. Just this week, I heard from a small percentage or small sampling of teachers about what they've done beyond the bell. Teachers are crafting SLOs in order to raise student achievement and performance in the classroom. They're organizing creative writing clubs. They're scoring county assessments to use that data to help students improve. They're developing professional development for their colleagues to improve instruction. They're recruiting students for IB diploma programs. They're attending school booster meetings, communicating with parents via email while they're running errands for their own families. And above all, they're meeting with students. I have other written anecdotes which I will share with the board assistant for you to read later. But all of these types of activities take time, and that time is at the expense of the teachers' own families. I personally used to visit my mom 3 days a week, many times after school. There are now some weeks that I no longer see her at all. Somewhere about halfway through my teaching career, we've gone from showing educators that they are valued to saying it, but with a little less action to back it up. I know you have confidence in your teachers. And I know this is truly not the best contract for all of our educators, but I ask you to please ratify the contract that was reached through mediation and give the teachers at least a small token now. And I know from now forward, we will move to really improve the conditions for our teachers later. So thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keith Enriquez, and I have the privilege to teach with the world language team at Annapolis High School with Stephanie Gerhold here. And I stand before you as a hometown supporter. I'm a faithful product of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I graduated as a Gopher from Glen Burnie High in 2003, to age myself. But I started teaching in Annapolis High in 2007. And pay freezes has been a norm in my world. However, pay is not my biggest concern. As a hometown supporter, I fear for the talent pool of AACPS teachers. I have witnessed much turnover firsthand in my tenure, but what I have not witnessed before is the level of unrest among my colleagues, the hundreds of teachers that showed up today. As an example. It is that unrest that will yield a drain of talent from our county, a scattering to other counties, other walks of life, a mass exodus, I think, was mentioned earlier as well. With this trend of the way teachers are being treated in Anne Arundel County, as a parent of 2 children under 4, my confidence is shaken in what kind of environment Anne Arundel County will be when their time comes to attend school. And I do believe that you guys asked for the step to a degree, and I believe that our team argued and negotiated as best as they could. But I guess I'm just here showing up to show my concern with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of 7, Victoria Katona. Lisa Rodvian, Christina Corona, Sharon Mazzell, Rebecca McHugh, Robert Silkworth, and Nicole Fitzgerald.
I'm Victoria Katona from Chesapeake High School. People are often quick to vilify our profession without understanding exactly what we do every day. Our days aren't filled with photocopying papers, lecturing to students, and behaving as glorified babysitters. Every day, we go to weekly professional development meetings during our planning periods, on 2-hour early dismissal days, the week before school starts, and after school. We attend leadership meetings, content meetings, department meetings, SIT meetings, Avid Site Team meetings, AP meetings, and PBIS meetings. We serve as club advisors, class advisors, coaches, mentors, and confidants. We plan, execute, and chaperone field trips, pep rallies, talent shows, science fairs, lunch bunches, and school dances. We mentor parents on topics such as development, health, sleep, nourishment, and behavior. We monitor lunch and recess so your child stays safe. We monitor drop-off and pick-up to make sure your child goes home with only approved adults. And we provide regular feedback to parents regarding your child's behavior. We administer, document, and maintain running records, student performance and growth, and class data. We collect and analyze data on every student and then tweak our lessons to do our best to differentiate for individual student needs. We plan and execute multidimensional, project-based lessons and grade papers based on standardized rubrics, sometimes having to read each of our 150-plus student papers up to 4 times each. We write SLOs, attend parent-teacher conferences, maintain contact with parents and students through email, Edmodo, Blackboard, and Twitter. We document every contact we have with parents, as well as student attendance, tardies, and class cuts with a separate form for each thing. We reteach students that score poorly on tests, rewrite those tests, allow them to retake those tests, and then spend time regrading those tests. We prepare for and proctor the KRA, quarterly exams, PARCC tests, HSAs, MSAs, and PSATs. We give up part of our planning time to do intervention instruction for those students that are so close to passing their test this time around. And we take work home so the students have quality lessons and graded papers with meaningful feedback. Every day. We white noses, tie shoeses, and dry tears. We change diapers and do home visits. We notice when your child is struggling physically, academically, and emotionally. We offer an ear for listening and a shoulder to cry on. We write college recommendations, and we go out of our way on our own time to make sure the students in our classes have what they need when the equipment or materials aren't available in our building. We sacrifice time with our families for yours. We beam with pride when our students make progress, just like we do for our own children, and we feel pain when our students are hurting. We feed children that come to school without lunch, and we invest in their fundraisers, usually giving up money put aside for our own families to do so. It's time everyone sees us for what we are. We are teachers, and we are awesome every single day. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Fitzgerald. I'm an 8th grade language arts teacher at Southern Middle School. I am also a cross-country coach at Southern High School. I'm here tonight to talk about teacher recertification. Teachers in Anne Arundel County are some of the hardest working teachers in the country. We have persevered through budget cuts, decreased planning time, and rigorous testing schedules. Through it all, we have managed to provide superior classroom instruction. As our days grow longer due to increased workload and expectations, teachers are faced with yet another professional demand, recertification. Teachers in this county are already struggling to make ends meet on a salary that cannot keep pace with the cost of inflation. Teachers are losing their homes, choosing between filling their gas tanks or filling their bellies. And yet AACPS requires teachers to shell out money from their already meager salaries to pay for mandatory continuing education credits in order to maintain certification. The only incentive for teachers to recertify is to avoid punitive action and a garnered paycheck. This is outrageous. Teachers are being forced to pay to professionalize, and if they don't, they face immediate financial consequences. Recertification is challenging for teachers. Many teachers work second jobs to make ends meet. They face difficulties finding childcare or taking care of elderly parents. Even when teachers do manage to recertify, they continue to work in a dead-end career with no hope for promotion unless they pay out even more money to achieve their master's or master's plus 30 pay bump. Even these promotions are not cost-effective since the county only pays for half of the tuition. There is no financial return on their educational investment. This frustrates many teachers because teachers by nature are lifelong learners. Learning is how we hone our craft. From my own experience recertifying, I can attest to the stress it has caused. Trying to find free classes on ERO is time-consuming. The classes offered only award 0.1 to 0.4 credits for 2 hours work. There are very few one-credit classes, and teachers need 6 graduate-level classes in order to recertify. For the past 5 years, I have taken every free class I could manage and just barely squeaked by. I'm lucky because I was able to invest in the exorbitant time required to recertify. Many teachers are not as lucky. I know I'm not alone when I say I can't continue to live like this. I began teaching in Anne Arundel County on Step 3 in 2007. 8 years later, and I'm still stuck on Step 3. Even though I have done everything required, received outstanding and highly effective ratings, attended all required professional development, and delivered quality instruction to my students. I've been sentenced to poverty for the love of teaching, and I'm still required to professionalize out of my own pocket. Change needs to happen, otherwise AACPS will continue to lose its best teachers. Wisdom is leaving this county for better financial prospects. Student impact is great. As the workforce grows younger, the experience level decreases. AACPS will make critical gains in maintaining its master teacher workforce if they would consider fronting the cost of recertification. Doing this would ease the financial burdens faced by many teachers in the county. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca McHugh. I'm a Mustang, and I had never really said this story out loud before. I grew up the hard way, and at age 18, I was already a mother. I held odd jobs until I was old enough to bartend, and then I picked up more work in the prison system because I had to get through college. I came from a hardworking family where my mom was the first to go to college. We never had money, but I was always determined to make a better life for my daughter. You see, more than seeing what a good education can get you, I've witnessed where not having an education can make you end up, and I wanted to teach. So at 26, you can't imagine how excited I was to get my dream job. And that salary scale, wow, I was promised a raise every year, and although I made more money at the bar, this was just so much better long term. See, when you're a single parent, you have exponentially more to worry about, and everything becomes before you. This was my career. Fast forward some time, I met a guy, we decided to get married. Now please try to understand. I got married because I couldn't afford to be working 2 jobs with a young child. My teaching salary did not keep a roof over our head and food on the table all at the same time. But I just knew that someday it would be okay, because after all, that's what I was sold on. I hoped with all my hope that my marriage would be just great and my daughter would not have to worry about money and I would have time with her. See, when you work 2 jobs, you don't get a lot of time with your kids. Their babysitters do. Their babysitters get to find their first tooth and potty train them and teach them to tie their shoes and all the other things a mother should be able to do. But everything was the opposite of great, and I'll spare you the details, but trust me, it was an ever-increasing nightmare. And the moment I began formulating a plan to leave, AACPS broke their promise to me. My steps ceased, I was trapped, and he knew it too. So I endured, and I endured, and I endured, and I endured until he got so brazen that he did it in front of my daughter. And at that point, I didn't care where we had to go. So one February day, I packed us up and left. Fast forward some more. I found a second job. I met a great guy. I had a baby. We still struggle. We both have to work 2 jobs, and I have to leave at night while my 3-year-old screams, "Mommy, don't leave," and I wish I didn't have to. I'm 41, and I'm tired. Personally, I'm angry because I've upheld my end of the bargain. In the 14 years I've been at AACPS, I've earned a highly qualified in 2 critical shortage areas, got a master's in math, and been a leader in my school, which is one of the toughest in the county. I've spent countless hours trying to make it great for other people's kids, while ironically mine have suffered. In 14 years, I'm on step 8, and I'm angry because after my 14 years of dedication, new hires are being treated better. But this isn't about me. My story is a drop in the bucket, and sadly, it's not unique or even the worst. I am lucky in a way that we're about 4 paychecks from losing everything. There are too many teachers right now struggling to survive. Families of educated women who are losing their homes, forced to endure the unbearable, whose babies cry because they're missing their mommies because she has to work another job because she is only 1 paycheck from losing everything. What I see is an organization that is 80% women, and I cannot help but to wonder, if it were 80% men, would it be different? Data and research suggests it would. Just look at Unit 2. do? Is this because this county is comfortable in holding the historical status quo, the treatment of women? Is this county okay with being complicit with the systematic disenfranchisement of professionally educated women cloaked in budget issues? We are told we are valued, yet actions speak volumes over words. This county is culpable, whether unwittingly or by design, in the war on women, while the unfortunate minority of male teachers just end up as collateral damage. This is more than a salary issue. This is a women's equity issue.
Hello, my name is Christina Corona, and I'm an IB coordinator at Meade High School. First, I want to commend the board on its progressive educational efforts. The moves we have made to foster cultural proficiency, utilize restorative justice practices, incorporate differentiated instruction, and promote a standards-aligned approach to grading are all vital means of making our educational system more inclusive for all students. Additionally, we offer excellent programs such as the IB Middle Years, which aims to foster a more inquiry and concept-based approach to learning, giving students opportunities to take authentic action. Unfortunately, there are major obstacles to fully implementing these and the many other worthwhile initiatives that our county has embraced. Teachers have not been given the time and space to fully incorporate them into their instruction. Instead, one initiative is piled upon another. Class sizes are also increasing. Many of my colleagues have class sizes of over 35 students. With 6 classes, that means that there are some high school academic teachers teaching over 200 students in a semester. Imagine assigning an essay, taking 5 minutes to grade it. That's 16 and a half hours of grading for a single assignment. Unfortunately, these initiatives and increasing class sizes are not the only demands that teachers face. We are in an age of heightened scrutiny as we face more public pressure to be held more accountable based on the results of highly rigorous standardized assessments as well. This leads me to the reason for my presence tonight and the presence of all my colleagues in the room and those in the lobby. We are here because we are doing more work than ever, and we are not being properly compensated for these efforts. Of course, as has been said, none of us became a teacher for the money. However, when we step up to meet the demands that ever increase, it is exasperating when we have not been paid the steps that have been duly negotiated in our contracts. We are at a breaking point. When you work all day long to meet the increased instructional needs, to manage classroom behavior, to meet the social emotional needs of students, you don't want to have to go home and worry about making ends meet. You don't want to have to worry about paying off your student loans. You don't want to have to decide between taking a second job to pay your bills or going into debt in order to work the long hours necessary to do your primary teaching job well. When we look to other counties, we see that many pay more than we do. This is why many teachers are leaving. The turnover will get even greater as more people realize that the recession has ended for our neighboring counties, but not for us. And even if the turnover is not too dramatic, will we be able to recruit the most qualified teachers to our county? And for those who do remain, the morale will continue to worsen. Right now, we don't feel respected. Right now, we don't feel valued. And someone used the great word that there's an unrest amongst teachers. And of course, it is not in students' best interest to have teachers who are not only burned out, but also demoralized. I want to echo that I agree with the suggestions that we need to work together. I urge the board to work with TAC and to communicate to the public about whether or not county executives' shoes tax cuts are worth the strain on our education budget. We need to talk about our journey to greatness. We need to talk about all the work that teachers are doing to go well beyond the bell to do the tremendous work needed to help every single child succeed.
Hello again, Dr. Arlotto, President Cor Black, and members of the board. Again, my name is Lisa Rodby, and I'm a middle school teacher at Arundel Middle. Tonight's meeting began with the kudos for a number of schools and individuals. Yet I often hear the complaint from various places, and tonight from the county executive office, that the cost for the schools is a huge part of our budget. Well, what can we expect? I mean, what is county government? It's schools, it's police. Why is this shocking? This shouldn't be a surprise. And what are our schools? If we don't have teachers, they are buildings that are empty with nothing. The teachers are our schools. So making an investment in teachers is making an investment in the schools. Now, that said, I just want to look around and ask my colleagues that are in the building right now, how many of you have given at least 1 hour of your time for free in the last week? Raise your hand. Okay, how many of you have given at least 5 hours of your time for free in the last week? How many of you have given at least 10 hours of your time for free in the last week? How many of you have given 20 or more hours of your time for free in the last week? Look at how much you are getting for free. You are not going to get this forever. I have been teaching for 9 years. I came here with some experience from another state. The rest I gained here in AACPS, yet I am paid like a third-year teacher, and that breaks my heart. Not because I need the money. I'm luckily in a 2-income household where my husband has much better pay than I do. However, it's a slap in the face to me. I have 350 students in the middle school where I teach. I teach 12 classes. I have 6 periods a day. And what do I do when that day is over? I'll tell you about a student I met last fall. I learned pretty shortly after I met him that his mother was very sick. And then his mother's sickness went pretty quickly to, she's not going to live very much longer. She died last October. I went to his mother's funeral. He cried on my shoulder, as did many of my colleagues, attended this child's mother's funeral. He comes to my classroom every day. He was in chorus. I don't even think he likes to sing. But he comes to my classroom every day because he knows that it's a safe place. He knows that the teachers in my school will give him a safe place and will comfort him. He's lucky. He's got great brothers and sisters that are older and that are taking good care of him. But right now, we need to be taken care of too. We're doing a lot. We're giving a lot for free. And that's not going to last forever if that doesn't come back to us. I know that you are not the only people in this equation, so please don't feel like I'm yelling at you. I'm yelling because I need a place to yell. The place to yell happened to be here tonight. I think we know that the place to yell is around the corner, and I hope that everyone here yells at the ballot box the next time they have the opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Moselle, an Annapolis High School teacher and a Deal Elementary School parent. It breaks my heart that at this juncture we find ourselves on opposite sides of the table, literally, because I know we're on the same side of the issue, which is a better future for our children and our county. But that future will be worse instead of better if the present situation remains the same. The present and ongoing situation of overworked and underappreciated teachers hurting our students, your children, my children. Teachers have been doing too much for too long. We have a responsibility to our jobs and our students, but we also have a responsibility to ourselves and our families. It is gut-wrenching and heartbreaking to make someone choose between what they love and who they love. Any suggestions or implications or unvoiced thoughts that teachers are not absolutely dedicated is a profound insult. It is not an exaggeration to say that teachers are giving their very lives to this profession. Working to rule is simply honoring the provisions of the existing contract that established pay and benefits in exchange for hours of work and stipulated job requirements. All those extras that teachers provide to meet the needs of their students are never rewarded with surprise Christmas bonuses or envelopes stuffed with extra money to recognize and compensate those teachers. The teachers have been providing so much more above and beyond the contract for so long should inspire the deepest gratitude rather than accusations of neglect when they cannot continue to do so through sheer exhaustion and despair. And the fact that every one of us here dragged ourselves away from essential second or third jobs, routinely neglected families, and mountains of ungraded papers to draw attention to this issue shows just how dedicated we are as we stand here tonight, desperately trying to be heard. Don't you dare say we don't know our duty. The question is, do you know yours? Go Panthers.
Good evening, President Korbelak and distinguished Board of Ed members, Dr. Alato. My name is Robert Silkworth, chairperson of the High School Concerns Committee, and I have to tell you that I choose to remain seated instead of going over there. And Jacob, I'd like to tell you also, I didn't get the applause that you got when you came out. Good job, Jacob. I'm wearing several hats. First of all, my High School Concerns hat. I want to thank President Korbelak for being with us in our last meeting this past week. I hope you enjoyed it. We did have a lot of interesting discussions about many issues, and you will be getting minutes in the next few days, folks. And everyone is invited to our next one, and in the minutes you'll find out when that'll be, in November. With that hat, there are two things I want to talk about. The first thing is stress. Folks, the stress amongst teachers is real. It is there. It concerns me greatly. There are many reasons for the stress, the contract issues, of course, but here's the issue. We can eliminate a large amount of educator stress by working together collaboratively. That word collaboration, I've heard it so many times tonight. I truly believe that. Stress has and will always be in the teaching profession. However, it doesn't have to be as high as it is today. And it won't take money to eliminate the stress. I challenge everyone in this room tonight at all levels to make a commitment to our students to work together to find ways to decrease workload and eliminate this unneeded stress. And now I'm going to put on my North County TAC hat. So, with me this evening is a very large group of North County teachers. At this time, I'd like to ask them to stand, if you will, please. Folks, they are awesome every single day. These are many of the people who work their magic each and every day in challenging circumstances. One of them is Katrina Griffin. Katrina, raise your hand over there, dear. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent weeks and days, you have probably heard about Katrina. She is the DC in our WSCL department. She has been named Maryland WSCL Teacher of the Year. Quite an award. We also have, I don't think Cora is with us. She was, but she had to leave, ladies and gentlemen. Cora, another one of our German teachers, was recently named a Teacher of Excellence by the German Embassy. And North County, the German program, has been named a Center of Excellence, one of only a few schools in the country to receive such recognition. So, my dear Katrina, I publicly applaud you, my dear. I am very proud to represent all of these North County teachers, and I don't want to also leave out Chase Hagelin. Is Chase with us this evening? No. Chase also, she's one of our dance teachers. I think she's been with us for about 5 years. She was named Maryland Association of Health Physical Education Dance Teacher of the Year. So, applaud for her. One final thing. In my mind, all of my colleagues are award-winning teachers. These are the faces of the teachers I represent when I volunteer my time, either at TAC or here. All of them are going to be taking a pay cut. I do ask you to ratify the contract, but they all are going to be taking a pay cut. These are the people I would want to teach my grandchildren. My greatest fear is that we will lose so many of them in the years to come. Times are tough, but so are we. Let's work together to eliminate the stress, to collaborate on all issues so that the journey to greatness is realized for all of our young people and all of our teachers. They have dreams too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of 7, I have Fran Freeberg, Sebastian Serrano, Laura Carter, Robert Schmidt, Mariah Reed, Akshke Gandhi, and William Horde.
Would you like to go first?
I can go first if you want. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. President Korbelak, Superintendent Orlato, members of the board. My name is Akshay Gandhi. I am a teacher at Annapolis High School next door. I've been teaching there for about 2.5. This is my 3rd year. I'm untenured. I took a pay cut this year. Not too pleased with that, obviously. I had a nice little sob story here, and I'm not going to read it because we've heard plenty, and I think they're all very important. What I really wanted to stress is the message to all of you and to everyone here is that we need more direct lines of communication. I've been reading a lot. Like, I'm late to the game with this, contract negotiations, and I'm jumping in and I'm trying to figure it out, But there's a lot of misinformation out there. When I'm going on Facebook and I'm reading what other teachers post, or what I'm seeing on this message board, what I'm seeing in the paper, or whatever it be, I'm reading a lot of misinformation. When Ms. Korbelak spoke earlier and tried to clarify how the budget got to where it was, that was the most clear and concise statement I've heard thus far. And I think that's very important. I like hearing it from you guys. So as a young teacher myself, please do that more often. I would like to hear what you have to say more directly. Other than that, without giving my sob story, I agree. I think that I feel that you guys have done your best. You tried and you asked for certain budget requests, right? And I believe that TAC tried their best to negotiate on our behalf. And again, I really think it comes down to our county politicians. And I think that we as teachers need to get the message out to our parents of our students and to anybody else we know so that we can hopefully make a better change there so that we all benefit, not just us teachers, but our students, because they are the ones who are suffering when we talk about trying to, do work to rule or what have you. It's been tough for me trying to decide whether or not to participate or what I want to do there because I love what I do. I love my students. I really do. And it's just really stressful for me to think, okay, I can't say yes, this letter recommendation, so on and so forth. Things like that are hard for me because of how much I care about my students. So again, I think we need to take our attention to the politicians, and with our votes, we need to make a difference there. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak, Vice President Nally. Thank you so much for having us here tonight, and I know everybody's tired. I'll try to be quick. My name is Laura Carter. I teach 6th grade language arts at Southern Middle School, and I support the Board of Education to please ratify the contract before us tonight because I believe it is the best option available. But I also believe that we are not done yet. There's a lot of yet still to go. And as we begin planning for negotiations for next year's budget, I would like you to consider the things that have been said to you tonight. I'm so proud to be a teacher, and I love my job. In 2011, I was thrilled and honored to be the Anne Arundel County Public School Teacher of the Year, and I had a blast traveling around the country, the county, and the state with my fellow state teachers of the year, or county teachers of the year. And just being surrounded by people who are so passionate and qualified and experienced and interested and wanting to be where they were was just extraordinary. Last weekend, I was at the Maryland State Educators Association convention in Ocean City, where I was a first-time delegate. And again, being surrounded by the members of my profession, have never been more proud to be a teacher. For the past 13 years, I've invested my time, talent, and a considerable amount of my own treasure, $500 so far this year, in becoming the best teacher I possibly can be. And my students would tell you it's paid off. They love me, I love them, it's a win-win. And I'm grateful for the fabulous arts integration training that I've had here in Anne Arundel County, the professional development, and I applaud the many creative and educational initiatives such as EEE and PVA, which we saw blossoming before us tonight. Over the past 13 years, I earned my APC, a post-baccalaureate certificate in arts integration from Towson University, where I am now teaching the introductory course for that program. And I have worked tirelessly to perfect my craft. I've taught dozens of workshops in arts integration, mostly without pay, and for countless times I have mentored the teachers around me and provided my expertise, time, and talent for them, because we're only as good as the teacher next door. So we all need to be working together and collaborating, and it's my joy to do that. After 13 years, I make $10,000 a year more than I made when I began. That is less than $800 a year more than I made then, $800 a year per year raise, and I spend more than that on my classroom supplies myself. It's demoralizing and disrespectful. I don't believe that the Board of Education is responsible. You are not across the table from us. You are our leaders. You are our partners. And I ask you now to go out there and be our leaders and be our partners and advocate for us and stand up for us. What would it be if we treated our teachers, our students, the same way we've treated teachers? Sorry, kids, we don't have the money, energy, time, or passion to meet your educational needs. You have to stay at that grade level for the next 6 years, and we'll try to get back to you. So please help us, be with us. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sebastian Serrano, and I am a science teacher at Annapolis High School. I stand here tonight to speak on behalf of the students. I speak for the children who attend every AP Physics class and want nothing more than to become the most scientifically literate and innovative thinkers possible. I speak on behalf of the students in my ESOL class, many of whom come to class to learn science, even though they work full shifts downtown, earning minimum wage, sometimes without their families. These kids know that their future depends on the work they do now. And they deserve teachers who provide them with the best opportunities to learn. Those teachers, in turn, need to have societal and economic structures in place that will support them. I compared our contract to that of my hometown of Wilmington, Massachusetts. Massachusetts is always Maryland's competition for best state when it comes to education. And you know what? Looking at the two contracts, Massachusetts has the better deal. Here in Anne Arundel, I've taught 4 preps in a year while colleagues in the same department have taught 2. In Wilmington, it is a violation of the contract to have more than 3 preps unless all other teachers in the department also have 3. That's not my department's fault. That's the contract's fault. Here in Anne Arundel, step increases can be frozen apparently whenever our state leaders feel like freezing them without a shame in the world. In Wilmington, step increases have been secured through the 2017 school year and even indexed for inflation. In Anne Arundel, economic constraints can push some teachers so far that they consider work to rule, cutting extra help as soon as the contract allows, and blocking letters of recommendation for college and scholarships. Continuing down this destructive, divisive path will only harm the children of this county. Nobody wins. The elected officials cannot unite people. Teachers move away. And children lose the equal part of equal opportunity. Personally, between the reduction of workdays at Annapolis High School, faux raise, and rising rent, I lost an entire paycheck this year. If the board continues to cut my salary through the state elected officials, I will run out of money and have to leave. If work to rule becomes the law of the land, I will run out of dignity and have to leave. Either way, AP Physics and ESOL Science will be in need of new teachers. I'm here for my kids because they need more than a teacher. They need a champion, and I want to be that champion for them. Until circumstances force me to leave, I will stand with the kids. The question remains, will our elected officials do the same?
Good evening. I'm Bill Hord. I teach World History and Humanities at Chesapeake High School. Unfortunately, Ms. Ritchie isn't here right now. There's a sort of story I share with her, I guess. She can hear. That's terrific. She's spoken at Chesapeake High School's graduation the last couple of years, and both times she references a Dr. Seuss book, Oh, the Places You'll Go. I always grin when she quotes it. She gets to the end. It's, will you succeed? Yes, you will. 99.75% guaranteed. I love it. I gave that book to my sister when she graduated college, so I kind of grin. I kind of look forward to that. When I teach, a little non sequitur here, but when I teach world history, and I love it. When I teach humanities, I really love it. My students interact with Plato, with Lao Tzu, with Descartes, with Jefferson. They read, they think, they question. They irritate everybody because they ask so many questions. They irritate the building. I'm so proud of them. I want to teach my students that if they get an education, that if they work hard, they will succeed. I want to teach them that. But I have an education. I have a master's from St. John's College. It's right here. I'm really proud of that one. I work really hard. You've heard enough stories of working hard tonight. And you've heard that teachers are here because they love teaching, and that they're here tonight because we love teaching. But my son went to bed 2 hours ago, and I didn't say, "Good night, buddy. Daddy loves you. I'll see you in the morning." Because I love teaching, and I want to keep doing it. And I teach my students that if they work hard, they can do what they love. And that's why I teach. And if things keep going the way they will, I won't be able to. I have sacrificed probably not as much as some of these people have to be teachers. I will continue to sacrifice to be a teacher. My question is, will I continue to be able to be a teacher so that I can keep going home and telling my son, "Daddy loves you, I'll see you tomorrow"? If the board is not going to fight with us and with TAC against whatever it is that is keeping teachers from being treated justly, then I'm really sorry, Mrs. Ritchie, but you might have to amend that speech. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robin Schmidt. I teach at Annapolis High School. I've taught at Glen Burnie. I've taught at Annapolis Middle School. Mr. Webb, loved your questions. Miss Ritchie, you remember me because we in the PTA. Ms. Korbelak, it's nice to see you again. That's exactly right. See, you remembered me. Hopefully it was good. So have I. Now, why am I here? I'm at the end of my career. I am. I have 3-4 years at the most before I can retire. But I love teaching. My kids are going to school. I have one that graduates this year, one that graduates next year. And all these fabulous teachers in here today are what taught my kids. And they are worth everything. I'm here because of them. They deserve better. My wife's a teacher. We have lost. We have figured between $15,000 and $20,000 in retirement because of how we get paid. That's sad. That's really sad. Now, do you fight for us? I really believe you do. Does TAC fight? I really believe you do, but I think we all can do better. Gentleman stood up here about stress. Dr. Arlotto, there's a lot of things I could recommend to you, how to take the stress away from these teachers and say, we love the teachers. Because at times, it's a battle. We feel it's you against us for things that happen that don't have to happen. But there's no communication. We need better support. We need better support. And if we don't, this school system will suffer. It'll be known as 3 and done. Those who can't find a job anywhere else will come here for 3 years, get their tenure, and they're gone. And that's the kind of school system you want. We're going to be in sad shape. We get Annapolis High School to where we want it to be, then we take everything away that got it there. Can't do that. What it's got, you've got to keep it there. But we're not doing that. Same thing happened to Annapolis Middle School. You got it to where you want it to be, then let's change it. You have to keep things in place. What we don't realize is, and some people say this, that's an inner city school down the street here, an inner city school. And we have to remember that and keep it in that context. It's working right now because it has a great administration who has built a wonderful, wonderful faculty. We need to keep it. Now, people say I get riled up and this and that, and I do. But I did take, I understand, but I did take offense to one thing. In today's paper, someone pointed out to me. Yes, teachers, it said, it was brought to my attention this afternoon that teachers have a special duty to care for their students. They do. I honestly agree with that. They do. And they want to. You said we have to get a better thing out to the, not the bad things of what's happening. When we worked the rule, wait a minute, everybody stopped and listened. Everybody. You heard those students. They took a stop to it. Now the parents do. Our PTA at Annapolis is backing us on this work to rule. They understand it. As for writing recommendation letters, that's the hardest thing in the world. Do we or don't we? but our PTA and our parents are backing us. And I applaud them for that. They've come out and say, we understand. So it's about time, not just we stand up for our students. We need you and we need the parents to stand up for the teachers if we want things to change. Thank you.
I have the next 7 cards. Conrad Bakista, Craven Ingalls, Sherry Cephas, Rebecca Blake Fox, Paul Egan, Josh Jacoby, and Lisa Helms.
Good evening. My name is Conrad Bucheister, and I am a teacher for Annapolis High School. I graduated from Bates Middle in 2004, Annapolis High School in 2008, then Washington College in 2012. After college, I became a substitute for AACPS, and now I am a full-time teacher. Before I start, I would like to thank every individual in this room, every individual who forms the body of AACPS. All of you have provided me with a solid education and life-changing opportunities. So a lot of things have sort of come to light tonight, and I'm going to have to sort of ad-lib my prepared notes here. But I understand the complications that you all on the board are facing, and I'm not going to demonize you. And I'm not going to ask blood from stone. You don't have the money for a step increase. We're not going to get it. Although every teacher in this county is getting a 2% increase, I think that those funds are misguided. I think that Annapolis High School and other challenge schools need those bonuses. I'm asking you all to make an unpopular decision. 1/3 of us work at challenge schools. We are a minority of teachers. I'm asking you all not to give a 2% increase to 2/3 of the teachers in this county in favor of giving us our bonuses, because we need that money. We need that money to keep our teachers in those challenge schools. I've heard talk, my colleagues, my former teachers, talking about leaving Annapolis High School. I was there in 2008 when we were zero-based. I'm there now. I've been there since 2012, and we've made so much progress at that school. And like Mr. Schmidt said, think of it as an inner-city school. AACPS, our minorities, they're at that school. They're at Annapolis High School. We don't have a voice as a community. We are a minority. If you want to stir the public of Anne Arundel County, agitate the 2/3 of the voters. Agitate the schools, not challenge schools. Agitate those teachers. I'm sorry, I do sympathize with everybody in this room, and I wish we had the money. But next year, we could really work to get a step increase. But this year, I want us to maintain our teachers at our challenge schools, because those teachers have the experience to deal with our minority population.
Good evening. My name is Craven Ingalls, and I'm the president of the Annapolis High School PTSA. Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak. A motion was made at our meeting on October 14th. The Annapolis High School PTSA unanimously passed a resolution to support the reinstatement of the challenge school stipends, step increases, and retention bonuses for high poverty schools. We believe that these measures are imperative to supporting the excellent and passionate teachers at Annapolis High School who work tirelessly to close the achievement gap. Annapolis High School is designated by the superintendent as a challenge school based upon AMO status, Title I eligibility, and the farm population, which is approaching 55% at Annapolis High School now. The teachers, they have such an additional heavy workload every day. They provide differentiated instruction, surrogate parenting, discipline, extra help tutoring, extracurricular club support, help days, assisting first-generation college-bound students. And now our children are suffering because they can't provide the recommendations. I have a daughter that wants to apply for the National Honor Society. She's not going to be able to get recommendations for that. So the children are suffering, and the parent organization is standing behind our teachers, and we have to all work together to get them the money that they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Blake. I am a science teacher at Glen Burnie High School. I was raised in Connecticut, and I graduated from the University of Tampa in Florida with a degree in Bachelor's of Science in Marine Science and Biology. Prior to becoming a teacher, I served in the United States Navy, beat Army. I was a fisheries research biologist for the state of Florida at the Florida Marine Research Institute. And I then became a marine mammal trainer at Dolphins Plus in Key Largo, Florida, where I worked with Atlantic bottlenose dolphins and sea lions. I come from an educational family, actually. My father was in education for close to 40 years, and he was the principal of my high school. I got to hear a lot about students complain to me, my classmates complained to me about how tough my dad was on them. And my answer was always the same, okay? And I usually just said to them, you guys only get to see him 5 days a week. I get to see him 24/7, okay? I'm going to ad-lib a little bit here as well, and that's because we're all saying the same sentiment. But I want to give you, I guess, just a little background about me and why I decided to become a teacher and bring all of my years of experience into the classroom. I love teaching these children about what it's like out there, okay? That's probably one of my biggest goals right now, is to get my kids to understand that they can still live out their dreams. I came from a small town in Connecticut, okay? Not much, and I still lived out my dreams to become a dolphin trainer. I can tell my oceanography students what it's like to be on a naval ship and do sampling, okay? I can tell my marine biology students what it's like to be underneath the surface of the water 100 feet down on the bow of a wreck, looking up and seeing the clouds and the sun. I can tell my zoology students what it's like to scrub in on the surgery of a cataract surgery of a sea lion, or do a necropsy of a sperm whale. I don't want to give that up, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to. I cannot continue to survive in this career based on my salary alone and the inequities that we're finding in the contract. I'm here tonight to implore you all to think about what's going to happen, about the many talented people that we have in this county, and what our students are going to lose if we leave. And unfortunately, that's what I'm seeing is going to happen. Thank you for hearing my story tonight, folks.
Hi, I'm Shara Cephas, and I would love an update on how those cards are pulled, because I've been here for a while, just like you guys have. So this is really, now I know who to focus my attention on. It's the lady with the cell phone back there who's spoken for the county executive. I want to thank her and everybody else that made bad decisions for the inspiration. I thought I would retire a teacher because I spent my first teaching years learning from some of the best seasoned educators at Annapolis Middle School. While a few have retired, many still work there or within our other schools. While their dedication and passion for the craft inspired me to continue and thrive as a teacher for 11 years, ironically, the decisions made to eliminate the challenge school funding and not give all teachers a step increase have inspired me to do the exact opposite. When I should be stepping into the stride of my career, this insulting denial of step increases and underhanded removal, and I'm saying this because I feel like it shouldn't take 11 months to ratify a contract, and I know it's just like you guys got to figure something out, but it really negatively affected me because I shouldn't have even gone to Annapolis High School. I would have stayed at Annapolis Middle School. I didn't get the pay increase I needed. Anyway, moving on. I have spent years sacrificing my financial stability, and I can't anymore. I'm inspired to take time off of my second job, which I had to get due to the fact that I'm not being paid what I'm worth, and I'm heading to the Capitol building to lobby for laws to change the way that teachers can speak their voices so that maybe we can strike and not lose our collective bargaining rights. While I cannot guarantee I will be working as a teacher for this county until I retire, because let's face it, I'm young, I can get a better job, I do promise that while I am here, I will definitely work with you to focus our efforts to try to fix this situation. I am empowered to miss even more time from my family to get a third job so that I can afford to finish my master's degree. And while I am sad that the contract that I'm sure you're going to ratify because it's better for the majority, the 2/3, not my 1/3, I do want to thank you again for inspiring me to act. Mainly the people that she works with, speak and donate even more of my time to my job. I hope that we can partner to encourage the county to increase taxes together so that perhaps I can be inspired not to leave education.
Nicely done. Hi, my name is Paul Egan. I'm a math intervention specialist at Annapolis High School. What I want to talk to you about tonight is love. I love Annapolis High School. It is an amazing place. I love Sue Chittum. I love Mr. Gelinas. I love Mrs. Stout. I love Mr. Elliott. I love Mr. Castle. And I love Mrs. Moses. The fact that you guys put these people in charge of that organization means that you are forward-thinking and that you are pragmatic. And I love that. I also love our department. The math department is unbelievable. These people are so focused, so intense, and so pushing the progressive educational boundaries. It's incredible. And the man who is leading that charge is Josh Jacoby right here. You're going to hear from this guy is sharp. I am not kidding. I love the ER programs. This is, again, forward-thinking, pragmatic. It's inspirational. I love that I can develop my skills as a teacher. And most importantly, I love these kids. We saw it today with the PVA program. I see it every day on the front lines. It's inspiring. It's connecting. It moves me. It moved me here tonight. I love this place so much, I decided to try and get a house. That's right. It's a joke. I got a bank loan for $150K. I was stoked. I didn't want anything big. I don't want to live outside my means. I wanted to get a townhouse. First house I looked at in Annapolis, I drove up to. 2 bedrooms, 1,300 square feet, wooden floors. I was pumped. It was right across the street from a methadone clinic. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I am not raising my family across the street from a methadone clinic because people do not want to pay me what I deserve. I need consistent steps and COLAs to remain here. Next year, in the next 2 to 3 years, there are 1 million teachers retiring. 1 million teachers are retiring. There's only 3.5 million teachers in the United States. Let's be pragmatic and be thoughtful and have some foresight into this problem. You're not going to have the ability not to give steps and COLAs and increases. You're not going to have that option. It's off the table. There's 1 million job openings. Actually, it's 1.5 million because they think by 2018 it's going to go up to 4 million. But that's the lay of the land here. We will be in the driver's seat soon. Let's wake up, let's work together, and let's get things right.
I'm gonna first by saying that I love that guy right there. My name's Josh Jacoby. I'm the department chair of math at Annapolis High School. I've taught at Annapolis for 5 years, my whole teaching career. My mom has taught here for 30 years. She retired 2 years ago. She's still substitute teaching. My grandmother taught here 15 years. She was a principal for 17 years. I live here. I've graduated from here. I love this county and I want to stay here, but it's making it very, very difficult for me to do. Since I've started here, I've had one step, which was $1,000 in a matter of 5 years. Next year, I'm losing $10,643, which is over 17% of my income. That is with the challenge pay and the MOU bonus being gone. I have lost that money and I have not been able to increase. I have been able to buy a home in the past 2 years. I'm going to have to look for new homes coming up in the next 2 years because I'm not going to be able to afford the house that I have now. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that what is their incentives to stay in this county? I will be going from 12 months to 196 days, meaning I have 1 day to get my entire department ready for school. I work from 5:30 a.m. to about 6:30 p.m. every night, not counting for the work that I do at home. I am here for the students and for my teachers, nothing else. This doesn't change where you're going. My teachers are asking me what they should do, if they should stay in this county or if they should leave. And I am having a very hard time telling them what to do because on one end, they should go to another county and go get more money. Why not? But I don't want to lose my great teachers. And I had the best teachers in the county by far in my math department. I love them to death. They are absolutely amazing, and I will fight for them till the end. But I don't know how much fighting I can do when they are not getting a step increase. You're going to start to lose a massive amount of teachers quickly. I can only speak for the teachers that I've heard from Annapolis High School, and I know there is a massive amount of teachers looking for new jobs. I can speak for one teacher who has 3 jobs currently right now. She's in $150,000 worth of debt for going to school. She has based her income or for loans off of decreased amounts, for which was $5,000, which she will be losing this year. She does not have enough money to cover those payments, and again, like I said, she is working 2 extra jobs to make ends meet, which is not going to be enough. She is one of the best teachers I have ever seen in my entire life, and I will be very, very, very upset if I have to lose her over something like a step increase. I'm going to end by saying this. I encourage you to listen to all the voices that have been said tonight because these are great voices and teachers that you will no longer be able to keep here if you do not listen and give us a step increase. Thank you.
Josh, I just have to tell you hello. I taught with your mother for many years. I know your grandmother.
I know.
And I went to the baby shower in Rockview.
I know. I know.
And I'm so
She told me
proud
to say
of
hi, but I got a little fired up right now. Sorry.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next 7. Dennis Sullivan. Belinda LeBlanc. Bob Abbott. Jenny Sexton. Jennifer Shanahan. Madison Shanahan. And Chris Leach.
I just want to let you guys know I taught Josh government, so everything he said was because of me. My name's Dennis Sullivan. I'm from North County High School. I'm facing this way when the reality is I should be facing this way. I should be looking at you, the person that's been looking at your phone the whole entire time, not paying attention to us. You are our representative. You should be leading. You represent our county council. I'm sorry, county executive. I apologize. And she continues to read. It is one of these things when so many teachers are coming up here, spilling their guts, and you don't pay attention. Well, I'm paying attention right now. I'm paying attention. And I had this great little speech for you, and I was going to bring up our last meeting, Dr. Arlato, but I can't bring it up anymore because I'm not mad at you guys anymore. I did notice some people on the phones. However, I'm not mad at you guys anymore. I'm mad at you. And I want to let you know, take a look at all these North County people. They stayed here. They stayed here for me. They stayed here for Bob. And we are going to mobilize. We will not stop. We are going to be at every meeting. Dr. Arlotto, you know that. We're going to ask the questions. Dr. Arlotto, you know that. And I promise you, we will be in the media. Although Jack Andraka did make 60 Minutes, I think that was a pretty good one. But anyway, that should warrant a pay raise right there. But we will be there. I have to bring up one thing. I know I got to just bring this up because I'm a little angry about this. I'm taking a $500 bite today by you guys voting on this. And I know you guys are going to vote for it. I wish you didn't. And the money came from us. The management at the school district, you're allotted $91 million. You took it from the teachers. And that kind of hurts. That's the only thing I have an issue with you guys. The rest, we're going to go fight them. Okay? Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Chris Leach. I apologize for not preparing my remarks, but there were just a couple of comments that came in and a theme that came in. Deborah, you did say, and I do agree, that the teachers need to tell a story. But if the story that they choose to teach and it's their call is to work to rule, I do support that. I was going to say, hopefully Mr. Gandhi's already got my daughter's recommendation done. I'm kidding. But if that is what they choose to do, that's what they choose to do. And then, the one thing that just I really took exception to is, I have email from one of the teachers at Annapolis High School last night. Through my own running around and not being prepared, she got me out of a bind at 6 o'clock at night, and responded to me immediately. She probably hates that I have her cell phone number, but she did give me her cell phone number. I texted her, and she helped me out of a bind. Mr. Gandhi was at my daughter's senior night last night. He'd already been at school, for 12 hours, and thank him that he stayed there till 8:30. We have such high, yes, we have such high, oh, sorry, kidding, I was kidding about it. And they just, we have such high achieving children that, that are, into athletics too, that you have to admit some of the kids' bios were very long, between being a 5.0 student and all the rest of it. But I think the biggest thing I take exception to was the idea that they've forgotten what they started, is for teaching. My whole thing is they haven't, as far as, if they did decide to work to rule. But couldn't they also go to Prince George's County and get that same love of teaching and get $10,000 more? That's, I know that you all agree with this, but just, to even insinuate that any of them have forgotten what they got into teaching for. All you have to do is just, anybody, I wish you would just, it's really close for you all, just walk down to Annapolis High School, just any given day. But thank you so much.
My name is Jennifer Shanahan. I have 2 kids in the AACPS system, one in high school and one in middle school. When I heard about the ratification of the agreement with the Teachers Association and the Board of Education to reduce teachers' pay, I felt like I had to speak out. The teachers I know are still working to implement Common Core standards and now STEM, IB, and PVA into their curriculum. Our teachers have gone above and beyond the call of duty to work overtime to make sure each student has the opportunity to learn and excel to the best of their abilities. Teachers arrive and stay late to prepare lessons, grade papers, work one-on-one with the students needing help outside of class time. I have a son who is struggling with health issues at Central Middle, and his teachers, counselor, and administrative staff have made a supreme effort to accommodate his needs over and above their normal schedules and workload. The teacher staff and PVA staff at Annapolis High School have demonstrated an extremely high standard of dedication and academic excellence, and have engaged my daughter in a way we never thought possible in a public school system. As a parent, I am standing up for the teachers. We need to reconsider our approach to teachers' compensation and find a way to show our teachers how much we value their expertise and their efforts. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Madison Shanahan, and I'm a student at Annapolis High School. I grew up in Davidsonville, and Miss Nally, you were my principal. And I went into Bates Middle School because of the PVA program. And even though it's become such a much better school, since all of these programs are being involved, still at the same time, I almost got a concussion from a guy who got really freaked out for some reason. I'm not really sure, and I just want to say that they're not super good still. But my teachers have always been there for me, 100% and beyond. We're learning about limits in math, so I felt like saying something about that, but I forget now. But my math teacher was here. She got tired. But teachers arrive at school at like 6 o'clock or 6:30, and I was helping my best friend with a birthday party, and I came in super early, and all these teachers were here, and Mr. Enriquez helped me set up his classroom to make it say Happy Birthday Jordan on all the walls. So that's pretty above and beyond. So to see that they're not getting paid for help day, well, because their help day is every single day for me because I'm in PVA, and I stay after until 4:30 anyways, so I asked them to stay after until like 6. I'm sorry. But they don't get paid for that, and to cut them even more from their normal pay is just, it hurt me too. It was really horrible when I heard about it, and I really hope that we can do something to help that as a community and as an organization. And I thank you for listening to me today. I didn't even use my paper, but thank you.
I'm going to go off script, which is because I was going to come up and actually share my sob story with you, but I wanted to actually thank you for allowing me to teach in Anne Arundel County. I've been here for 15 years. Over those 15 years, Dr. Lotto, I had a chance to shake your hand last year at the Teachers of Excellence Award real quick because I was a nominee. I also am the recipient of the West County Chamber of Commerce and Middle School Teacher of the Year Award last year. Out of the 15 years I've been here, I have only had a pay increase for 7.5 of those years that I've been here. I'm actually here tonight for my wife, who is actually a graduate from Anne Arundel County at this point in time, who's losing her fire and desire to be a teacher in a classroom. She is going to the dark side because she is getting frustrated by watching everything that's going on. I'm working 3 jobs now. My primary job, I work as a musician, and I'm now teaching privately as a musician going through, because I want to make sure she has the time at home to be with my children, as well as to make sure she can prepare for a classroom. In my spare time, I have been looking at other counties going through. On an average going through right now at this point in time, I could be making $4,000 to $8,000 difference in pay, just from my experience, working less time. And at this point in time, what I'm hearing this evening right now is that all of you are on our side, or at least that's the way I'm going to hope that you're going to vote this evening, so that we can change things together real quick and make this county the great way that it is. I've been afforded the opportunity to make sure that when I was at Crofton Middle School, that the choirs down there are representing Anne Arundel County, not at the state, but also the region level, earning superior ratings and coming home with grand entry and trophies and making sure students are representing us at all state levels. I'm hoping that you will represent us as well. And I want to start my fourth job now. It's called going to every county council meeting and sharing my story. I'm hoping that you guys would be there as well. I'll save you a seat, but I think if we do this together, we can actually make all this work. Mrs. Ritchie, you were asking earlier about contract times going through, and I actually had several of my friends who are choral teachers in the county email me during the meeting. Right now, I'm on the step 2 coaches pay going through. I'm actually paid for 35 hours outside the school year to work with the students. On an average, I put between 110 and 120 hours in going beyond there. So most of the time, literally probably up to my winter concert, which will be in December, between all county activities and everything else, I will have fulfilled my 35 hours of my contract. So just if it was a question that was asked, I figured I'm someone who can speak as a source on that right now going through. I originally went to the TAC meeting a few weeks ago with pitchforks ready to crucify them, and I was ready to crucify you guys this evening, but I wanted to thank you guys so much for taking the time to explain your position on what was going on and all the work that you've been doing. And I think this is something that we need to work together as a group on. So hopefully we'll see you at the county council meetings.
That concludes our cards. Right now we get to vote. I just wanted to reiterate kind of what I had said earlier. We can't vote to amend the negotiated agreement that's before us tonight. We can only say vote yes for how it is now, or no. And if we vote no, we go back to the drawing board. And the last drawing board took us 11 months. I don't think anybody here tonight, from what I've heard, wants us to vote no and go back to the drawing board, because that means a 0% increase until something's resolved. I think what I'm hearing is that we need to work together to do better next time. And next time is already going to start, because it's time to negotiate the next contract on Friday. So I think we have to move on. So with that, I have a motion on the floor that's been properly made and seconded to ratify this negotiated agreement before us. All those in favor? The motion passes 9-0-0. The next item on the agenda is item 4.03, policy revision, which is a second reading on quarterly assessments. Yeah, Mrs. Snelly wants a long report. And we have lots of questions.
We can save them for third reading. We got one more. We got
okay. Yeah, this is quarterly assessments. It's an information item only, and this was the second reading, and we had 39 public comments on this policy. Is that a record?
It is, since I've been in this position. Okay, then.
It's a record for Jessica.
It's a record for me. I'll take it.
We got a copy. I know they're on the internet, and we got a copy of the comments, and they seem to be overwhelmingly positive. Some families had concerns about college and career readiness, but we've talked about that during first reading.
Right, and as you could see from the comments, we tried to respond to any of the concerns or questions that were posed. And so sometimes we got responses, thank you for the clarification, or they sort of understand the concept and the reasoning behind it.
I think it was really, really helpful. You were kind of on 24/7 there. When everybody posted a comment, you were right back with a response, and it was really helpful. So thank you for doing that. I don't have any other board questions. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, so it'll come back in a month for third.
It'll, next meeting.
I mean, next board meeting.
Yep. Thank
For
you.
third reading.
Yes.
Yeah. The next item is policy revision, second reading, grading. Yeah, she's leaving. She wants to.
My friends are leaving, so I thought I was dismissed as well.
You have to stay for this and one more, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
This is also a second reading, and there were no public comments on this one. I actually have a comment or a question or a concern, I guess.
Okay.
As Mr. Silkworth said, I went to the high school concerns committee meeting, and I heard from some teachers that on under the high school, let me see what page we are, 3 and 4, I guess, of the regulation.
Okay.
Middle school and high school, middle school page 3 and high school page 4, talking about the opportunity to improve, students' opportunity to improve their score, that in some schools, a select few schools, teachers have been told that they need to allow students to redo any grade, including, for example, a 95% for a student that wishes to try to get 100. And that it was just one way that we were creating additional workloads for our teachers. And that the spirit of the policy back when it was developed seemed to be more for the students that hadn't mastered the concepts, to give them an opportunity to come up to like an A or a B level. I know this is part of the regulation. I just wanted to express my concerns or pass the message along from the High School Concerns Committee.
Thank you so much. And we actually do recognize that there are some other issues related to the grading regulation, that we have an ongoing group that's led by Dr. McMahon that's continuing to meet and discuss these issues. I foresee this board seeing this regulation come back again in the very near future to resolve that issue, along with some others that we've identified. So we're very much aware of the issue and working on both an education piece so that the current language is implemented appropriately and consistently across the system, as well as making sure that any language that needs to be clarified to resolve issues such as the one that you spoke of will happen. So we do recognize that, and we are working on it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have any public comment on this item? Okay. Jessica, don't leave. So this will come back at the next board meeting as well.
Yes.
And then maybe again. Item 4.05, policy revision, second reading, high school courses taken by middle school students. And this was a second reading with no public comments either. And I don't have any board questions, any public comments or questions. Okay. So we'll see that next time. Now you can go.
Thank you.
You're dismissed. Thank you. We have 3 review items. Item 5.01, fiscal year 2015 operating budget closeout. And we don't, I don't have any board questions. Is there any public comment about this item? Okay. Item 5.02 is also a review item, monthly financial status report. And I don't have any board comments. Do I have any public comments? And we can introduce people to the table.
For the record, Alex Shaknova, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You picked a great meeting to start.
I love it. I feel right at home, so it's good.
Okay, good. The last review item is item 5.03, construction status report. And I do actually have a question. We've been hearing from some of our colleagues around the state, some of our fellow board colleagues, that the prevailing wage rate has affected construction costs negatively. They've been seeing increases substantially over what they had projected. And it looks like we're not facing that situation. So what are we doing right that they're not doing right?
What we're doing right is that we've not to date bid any projects under the prevailing wage criteria. The state currently has been tracking projects. Dr. Levert, Executive Director of the Public School Construction Program, tracked approximately 264 side-by-side bids from other LEAs, and those 264 bids have demonstrated that other jurisdictions around us are experiencing about 11.6% cost increase directly attributable to prevailing wage, far in excess of the negligible to 2% cost increase that the Department of Legislative Services had come up with. We were very aggressive. There was a July 1 strike date. We accelerated the pace of our design and bidding activities to get as many projects out the door ahead of that strike date, which sort of put many of our projects in that hold harmless category. Unfortunately, this next cohort of projects, the ones that you've been seeing the schematic designs, you will soon be seeing the design development documents, those are going to potentially be in that escalated price environment.
Okay, thank you.
Absent a legislative change in Annapolis, there will be little to nothing that Anne Arundel County will be able to do to escape that.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Ritchie.
I actually had a question that has to do with, and this is some information as we go further. We've heard that there are some people who want to build steel buildings and not the concrete like we build. And so is it possible for us to get sort of like a side-by-side kind of comparison, you know, in terms of how easy they are to maintain, how hard they are to maintain, how long they last? You know, I mean, you could tell us those things, but it's kind of late now. And so
Being
what's
one
the
to not
difference?
want to reinvent the wheel, there is a report being conducted currently by the state. It's got a deliverable date of, I believe, December 1.
Oh,
and
okay.
when that is published, I will gladly share that with you and your colleagues. I think we'll do a much more thorough job than I can do at this late hour tonight.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't want any information like just thinking of the construction, and then listening to them talk about how they want to change the way we're building schools. They don't want them to last as long, and we'll have to build them more frequently. And I'm not really sure I understand that whole concept, but okay.
And I have one card, Holly Kleiderlein.
Yes, it's been a long day. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Korbelak, and board members. My name is Holly Kleiderlein, and I am the school counselor at Oak Hill Elementary in Severna Park. The school utilization study that was just completed identified the recommended size for elementary schools as 600. Since the fall of 2009, the same year my salary was first frozen, Oak Hill's enrollment has increased almost 30%. From 525 to 676 students. I attended the county council meeting on Monday night, and I spoke against Bill 94-15, which accepted a chart listing Oak Hill as an open school. This means children who do not live in our area will be able to attend Oak Hill. It also allows additional subdivisions to be built, such as Robinson's Reserve, which is on your chart on one of your pages. Okay, so that's including 19 single-family homes to be built in my area. Somehow you've adopted a formula that estimates that 3 students will be added to our enrollment. 3 students from 19 homes doesn't seem accurate to me. What concerns me even more is that there seems to be no limit to the size of elementary schools. We keep adding classrooms, then defining schools as open, filling all of those seats, changing the definition of closed, and then adding more classrooms. We have several elementary schools that are larger than our middle schools. Middle schools have 3 counselors, elementary schools have 1. Counselors with caseloads of 700, 800 students cannot advocate, challenge, encourage, support, teach, and provide services to that many students and their families the way they can for a more reasonable number. I ask you to do a couple things. Investigate the formula you're using to predict enrollment. I ask you to investigate and alter the policy that defines schools as open or closed so there's a limit to the size of elementary schools. Maybe when you get to the recommended level of 600, it's no longer a case of, well, if we have capacity 3 years from now, let's define it as open. At County Council, there was an argument over what does 0 mean? If we have 0 seats, does that mean that a school should be open or closed? I also urge you to consider not only the teacher-to-student ratio, which the county brags is 14:1, but look at counselor-to-student ratio. Over the past 6 years, my salary has stagnated, my personal and professional costs have increased, I've paid for 18 graduate credits in the last 3 years, and the reimbursement rate continues to be $250, which it was 5 years ago. But the rate for McDaniel College, where I got my certificate, has increased by, I believe, $100. And my caseload, more is taken out of my paycheck, 9.1% for retirement because it's averaged over the course of the school year because it's not taken out during the summer months. And my caseload has increased by almost 30%. It is salt in the wound, and the worst part is I don't see any relief in sight. And I'm asking this board to please consider changing some policies and looking into things for counselors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes.
Wait a minute. We don't make the formulas. The state determines the formula. So that's something we can't. When the state tells us a capacity, the state rated capacity. Yes. Yeah, they
that's state rated capacity.
Well, the state formula comes. It says if you build 19 houses, you're going to get 3 students.
Yeah, that's our formula.
Oh, is that
that's
our formula? Okay. And then the other piece is the
adequate public facilities law is passed by the county council. So that's a county law that says when things are open and when things. We give them the numbers, but they just use our numbers and fit it into their law.
Right.
So. Right. So we have to give them the numbers that have been audited by the state. So the numbers that we have been audited by the state for how many students are in a school. And those are the numbers. We give them to them, and then they look at their law that they passed that determines whether a school's open or closed. And the other thing to remember is that even if it was closed, the developer in 6 years could build those houses anyway, regardless, and then they would still go to Oak Hill.
Then we wouldn't have to continue to have these huge.
Right. But the way the county law is written, it's not our law. It's a county ordinance law. Is that if there's 1 seat open, a developer can build. So that's not our policy.
Then perhaps the policy you need to look at is
Yeah,
how many.
We're just trying to explain.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to say, how many students do you want per counselor?
Well, and then the other piece.
And that's a different issue as well. And yes.
Which is also actually too much.
Okay. The next Board of Education meeting is Wednesday, November 4th at 10 a.m. The next Board Policy Committee meeting is Wednesday, November 11th at 1 p.m. in the boardroom. And the next Board Budget Committee meeting is Wednesday, November 18th at 4:30 p.m. in the boardroom. The meeting is... No, the meeting's adjourned.